Everyone to the Moon Marauders. This is Alexander Kapiku. I do a little bit of streaming for everyone here at the Moon Marauders. So tonight we're doing some Marvel Rivals. Okay, it's Friday, Marvel Fridays, 8:30 p.m. CST. We get down with some Marvel Rivals with the crew. We go sometimes just ranked, whatever happens. We all have a good time.
Welcome.
So I want to go ahead and welcome everyone in. We're gonna have a lot of fun tonight. It's gonna be dope. I gotta get myself a pregame. I'm about to do that right now. And hopefully you enjoy this as much as we do. So stay tuned, stick around. We're about to get started.
Incoming ad break.
All right. Let us get started, everyone. So, welcome to Marvel Rivals Night. Today's going to be an awesome night. We're going to have a lot of fun. Welcome to the stream. We're going to get started. All right. We're jumping in. We're making it happen. Fuck Spider-Man. Everybody agrees with me, I think, on that one, except for Spider-Man players. Fuck Spider-Man. That boy's crazy. Anyhow, welcome. Please say hi to Pando. Pando is right here. This is Matoska. Say hi to Matoska. He'll enjoy it. He'll have fun. All right, let's go to the rivals, boys. Let's do it. All right. So on the right screen, what you're seeing on the right arcade cabinet is my music. My music will be playing. I've selected some beats for tonight. And then on the left, you're going to be seeing 35 Infinite game reviews. I really enjoy his reviews. They're super cool. They're so down to the point. They're super him. And one of the cool things is, like, you see a lot of game reviewers or gamers that do game reviews, and they don't really put their personality in it, you know, like they're who they are, their true selves. And one of the things that I really enjoy about his reviews is that he puts his true self in there, and you can see it. He doesn't go by any rules that YouTube, you know, are like, oh, do videos like this. No, he just kind of does his own thing, and it works really well, because I've seen almost all of them so far, but I still got to watch a few more. Here we go. Let's go. We're going to start that up.
Thank you, Square Enix, for providing me with the code for Saga Frontier 2 Remastered. I appreciate it. Now, on to the video. Not too long ago, on March 27th, during a Nintendo Direct, Saga Frontier 2 Remastered was revealed. I was excited to see the trailer, and then blown away when we found out it was dropping the same day. Last year, I reviewed Saga Frontier Remastered and really liked it, and since, I've been wanting to play the second one, but I held off because I knew the second one was going to get a remaster at some point. Well, it's happened, and I've completed Saga Frontier 2 Remastered, and I don't know how I feel about this one. Let's get into it and you'll see what I'm talking about.
Okay, everyone, welcome to Marvel Rivals.
I want to start by talking about the plot and how you progress.
Super happy to be a
through
part
the
of the Moon
game.
Marauders.
Saga Frontier 2
This
is
first
split
song is
into
called
two different
Dino
stories
Puzzle
happening
Factory.
simultaneously through
I made
one
this
game.
song
One character is
by
Gustav,
inspiration
the son
of
a king that is outcasted
Mario
from the
for
kingdom with
Nintendo,
his mother
but
by
Dr.
his
Mario
father.
for
This
Nintendo.
happens because it's believed
Super
Gustav
Nintendo
does not
version,
have
excuse me.
anima, which I basically translate as magic.
Yeah,
or
I
the
made this
ability
song
to
with that
use
video game in
magic.
mind
The
for
reason
my
this is a
son's
big deal
show
is
called
because
Aiden's
almost
World.
everything and
We have a
everyone
show
in
for
the
my
world
son,
has anima.
separate
So
YouTube
for
channel
the
called
heir of a
Aiden's World,
kingdom
where
to not have it
I make
is a
videos
huge disgrace,
that
or
I know
so
he loves,
Gustav's father
and soon
believes.
he
As you
wants
can
to be
probably
part of it.
gather,
So we're gonna have him in the
Gustav's
videos
tale
as well. It's gonna be
involves
adorable.
dealing
It's
with
super
being an
wholesome.
outcast,
Check it
one
out.
of the rare
Super
people in the
advanced
world to
for
not have
little ones.
anima.
It's for your little
He
ones. It's
experiences
super advanced, but
struggles and
it's for your little
journeys, and
ones.
see how this
All right,
tossed-away
let's get it.
prince
Let's
lives
get
out
it.
his life. The other character is Will, who is known as a digger, a popular profession in the land, as diggers seek out quells, which are tools and equipment that contain high amounts of anima. At the very beginning, you'll discover that Will's father was killed, and throughout his journey, unravel the mystery of his father's murder, as well as his life as a digger. These stories are broken up into several chapters and gives the player the option of which chapters to choose. There's no right or wrong way to decide, so we're given a somewhat non-linear approach to storytelling and progression. Throughout these stories, you'll meet various characters, and even as the timeline moves on, you could end up meeting their offspring. Some characters will hold heavy weight to the plot, some will just be one and done. There's definitely a shit ton to keep track of, so be prepared to pay close attention and remember who they are. My thoughts on the overall story progression is that I found it too linear, which was pretty disappointing to me since I really enjoy the non-linear aspect of Saga games. It's probably my fault for having a specific expectation, but just selecting chapters feels like I'm playing some mission mode game. It's just not very RPG-like to me. It's not the worst thing in the world, but I did find it pretty boring. And sometimes the names of the chapters will spoil what's going to happen. Like, it will tell you when a specific character is gonna die, and you're like, well, I guess that's not a surprise now, I just know he's gonna die before I even play the fucking chapter. This really pissed me off, and it was just a bad idea. As for the plots of our heroes, overall they're fine, but Saga Frontier 2 faces the same issue as its predecessor, in which the stories are told with too broad of strokes. You get an understanding of what's happening, but very little depth, which makes it very hard for me to care about what's going on. Honestly, it feels like there's just an assumption that the player will care, rather than trying to get the player to care, which is just an awful way to tell a story. Now, that's not to say that maybe a few key plot points won't surprise you, because some did for me, but it was not enough to keep me interested. Luckily, the Saga combat is there to keep me involved and hooked. It has the classic Glimmer system, where new skills can be learned once building up your weapon level and just playing normally. I actually really love this combat system, because a new skill can glimmer seemingly at almost any time, so I always have a little pocket of excitement for each combat. But Saga Frontier 2 adds two new combat modes, Duels and Warfare. Duels are a one-on-one fight that requires you to enter a combination of actions to perform skills. Warfare is more like a strategy RPG, where you move units on a grid with the condition of defeating the enemy leader or all the bad guys. I found both modes to be a good attempt at mixing things up, but in the end, they weren't really necessary. For example, when I get into a combat and I have the option to fight as a party or duel a monster one-on-one, I'm gonna pick team battle every time, because I want my whole party to gain stats, not just one member. Duels just seem good for skill grinding or just making an encounter end faster. I do appreciate duels during the times you have one party member, but outside of that, I just did not care for them. And the Warfare combats were fine, but there were so few of them that it just made me wonder why they were included in the first place. And there's one stupid fucking Warfare encounter that I want to talk about. If you've beaten this game, you know which one I'm talking about, but I'm going to bring it up later. Saga Frontier 2 also offers some unique character customization through the menu. Starting off with Parameter Inheritance, which is a new feature in the remastered version. You have the ability to add stats from one character to another. This is extremely useful as you'll be going back and forth so many times between parties. Also, if you have preferred character builds in mind, you can keep them going throughout an entire playthrough, no matter what characters you're using. And second, characters can be assigned roles, which grant an extra boon. It can be something as simple as increasing spell damage to increasing the chance to perform combos. These are cool additional features that I fully support and enjoy, as they offer a nice extra layer of combat approach and strategy. And since this is a remaster, the game offers more quality of life improvements, like the ability to increase the game speed and a new game plus mode, which I welcomed with open arms. Graphically, the game looks decent, I guess? It's not that it's bad, it's more of a personal taste. To me, it looks like a Game Boy Advance game, with backgrounds that look hand-painted mixed with pixel sprites. The remastered version is very similar to the original PS1 version graphically. At first I thought maybe Square did what they did with Legend of Mana Remastered and redrew all the backgrounds, but then I researched the original Saga Frontier 2 and that's not the case. And now that I said it out loud, I wish they did give it the Legend of Mana treatment. The music is really dope and a total vibe. Masashi Hamauzu did a great job. As odd as this sounds, it reminds me of really good Super Nintendo RPG music, which is my favorite era of all RPG music. This music brought more mood and feeling than the game's story, that's for sure. To wrap up my thoughts, Saga Frontier 2 Remastered is just subpar in my opinion. The combat is awesome, the quality of life improvements are great, but everything else falls flat in my eyes. The attempts of adding combat variety and more story dialogue is a great idea on paper, but were just very mid and uninteresting in the final product. If I were to compare it to the first Saga Frontier Remastered, the first one is just miles better. I actually thought this game was okay, until I played a specific Warfare combat. I'm not going to spoil which one it is, but this stupid fucking combat was so goddamn annoying that I was legit saying out loud, this game is bad. Obviously, it was additionally fueled by gamer rage, but as I said before, if you played it, you know which Warfare I'm talking about, and if you haven't played it, you'll know it when you get there. This single Warfare legit put a stain on this game for me, which is super rare for a game to make me feel that way from one combat. Have you played Saga Frontier 2 Remastered? What did you think about it? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching.
Your favorite TV shows are on YouTube. Enjoy the latest releases.
初の任務行け
Lasher's out there hunting Mayfair women.
Welcome to the pit.
Med student down.
Nada podrá evitarlo.
Get Crunchyroll, AMC Plus, Max, and more. Find your favorite movies and TV on YouTube.
Gaming is the best hobby ever. Countless worlds created for us to interact with in ways that are impossible in reality. With the click of my mouse, I can be swept away to a land filled with giant monsters that I carve up to fashion some high-quality boots. I could travel back in time 65 million years and traverse the world on pterodactyls. Or pick a fight on the streets and compete against people from all over the world. Gaming is pretty fucking mind-blowing when you think about it. There are some games that I find so spectacular that I wish I could play them again for the first time. The reasons vary from just the feeling while playing, the experience and knowledge gained, even wanting the circumstances to be different. Whatever the case, there are titles out there that hold something special the first time I played them, and I want to share some of these games with you. Here are a list of games that I would love to experience again for the first time. Final Fantasy VI for the Super Nintendo. Final Fantasy VI is fantastic and one of my favorite Final Fantasy games, but my experience with this game did not start out as ideal. I never owned the cart on the Super Nintendo growing up, but in my early teens, I discovered ROMs and emulators, and the first game I emulated was Final Fantasy VI. I was super into it, enjoying the gameplay and awesome characters, but then I got to the part in Tamasa where you have to save Realm from the burning house, and this is where my ROM would glitch. I wasn't able to move, and basically, me playing Final Fantasy VI ended right there. It wasn't until I was in my early 20s that I got a working ROM and was able to play through and beat it. Though I love the game, I would want to know how it would have felt to have played the game in its entirety the first time. The game is amazing, and I would probably love it even more have I had a working copy. It just feels like a great experience I missed out on, and still bugs me to this day. Street Fighter IV for the Xbox 360. I grew up loving Street Fighter and a lot of fighting games, but my knowledge and experience was all contained in my own scope. It wasn't until Street Fighter IV came out that my idea of the world was changed forever. Up to this point, I never really used the internet that much in regards to watching content outside of angry video game nerd videos, and I've never researched any competitive game before. When I got and played Street Fighter IV, I decided to look the game up online as I was curious in how people liked it and discovered an entire world community dedicated to Street Fighter and fighting games in general. This is when I was introduced to the FGC, combo and tutorial videos on YouTube, tournaments like EVO, specific content creation like King of Chinatown and the excellent adventures of Gootecks and Mike Ross. It led me to discover Justin TV, which is now known as Twitch, learning about the best players in the world like Justin Wong and Daigo. But most importantly, through all these discoveries, I learned how to actually play fighting games. Spacing, footsies, counter hits, whiff punishes, all the mechanics and lingo that I knew nothing about prior to getting balls deep into Street Fighter IV. One of my best friends and I just spent all of our free time playing, researching, and learning. I legit remember a time where we'd get off work, buy 240s and a bottle of Ron Rico, and just play Street Fighter IV till 3 in the morning, and we'd do this shit damn near every day. It was a time period that was just flat out fun and expanded my universe. I'd give anything to experience it for the first time again. Monster Hunter World for PS4, and I played it on PC. So this one is pretty straightforward. The game is just fucking amazing. I was really skeptical going in because the only Monster Hunter I played was on the PSP years prior, and I did not like it. But after playing the World demo, I had to play the game. Monster Hunter has such a great grind loop made perfect with probably the best third-person action combat I've ever played. I'd spend forever using one weapon, then switch weapons, and it'd be like playing a whole new game, as the playstyle and strategy would completely change. I'd play with friends, made new friends, even just play with randos. The amount of sleep I lost being addicted to Monster Hunter World is ridiculous. Monster Hunter World is in my top 10 favorite games of all time, and introduced me to an awesome franchise. And then I went on and I played Monster Hunter Rise, and I'm currently playing Wilds right now, and I like both games. But playing Monster Hunter World for the first time and getting that hooked on a game is something I always want to experience. Slay the Spire for PC, and I played it on Switch. Kind of similar to why Monster Hunter World is on the list, Slay the Spire is just fucking great. Awesome strategy mixed with deck building, a great level of difficulty, all brought together with easy gameplay. I first played it on PC on my day off, loved how the game made me use my brain, and I just ate up all the oddities in its monster design and overall style. Then I had to work the next day, and the game was just stuck in my mind. I wanted to unlock all the cards and optimize my strategies, and I would be thinking constantly on the best ways to do this. If I'm running with Silent, do I want to focus on a poison build or shivs? If the game doesn't provide the cards I want, what's my third option? But my fucking job kept getting in the way, so the solution I came up with was buying the game on the Switch and playing it during work. And when work was over, I'd hop back on my PC and continue playing. That's the hold this game had on me. Risk my job so I can learn Slay the Spire strategies. Can't say it's not a unique experience. Chained Echoes for PC. Back in December 2022, I was scrolling through Steam's upcoming game releases and found this banger of an RPG. I clicked on the store page and watched the trailer, and I was all in immediately. An indie RPG with fantastic pixel graphics, absolutely phenomenal music, and ideas and mechanics that are inspired by a lot of the RPGs I played growing up. I got hyped and then got ecstatic when I saw the game was releasing in just 3 days. That means there was no wait, no months of agonizing anticipation, no constant wonder. Just, this game looks awesome, holy shit, it's about to drop. And then I played the game, and it's one of the best RPGs I've played in a long time. It compressed everything I normally go through with the build-up of an anticipated game in such a small amount of time. It's really rare when I experience a surprise like that, and Chained Echoes is the best example of this. Those are just a handful of games I wish I could go back and play for the first time. In gaming and in life, certain first experiences hold fast with us, and I find it really fun to remember these experiences and share them. What are some games that you wish you could play for the first time again? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching. Part of my love for gaming is the hype that comes along with upcoming titles. Back in the day, we had gaming magazines filled with articles, screenshots, concept art, damn near anything to get us interested in new games on the horizon. Nowadays, we have game trailers, company directs, and shows that span hours to premiere the next gaming adventures that are right around the corner. Every gamer has had those moments when just the first few seconds of a never-before-seen video just jacks you up to 11, and you just know what's coming and your mind is fucking freaking out with insta-hype. Or maybe the hype is a slow burn, building up over time the more you learn about a game. However, or whatever gets you hyped, it's a feeling we all share. In this video, I'm going to go over some games that I recall having outer space levels of hype for and basically go through my experience. Keep in mind, I'm only talking about the hype and build-up of these games, and it's all from my perspective. We're not going to talk about the final product or my thoughts after playing. The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time for the Nintendo 64. I used to love Zelda as a kid, specifically the first one and A Link to the Past. So naturally, before the Nintendo 64 came out, the idea of a 3D Zelda was just too amazeballs for my little mind to handle. I remember seeing all the pictures of the game in Nintendo Power and just being amazed. I had to have this game, and it's what I begged my parents to get me for that Christmas. Obviously, I haven't been a kid for decades, and I hope this is still a thing today, but the combination of the excitement for a game and the excitement for Christmas was peak childhood joy. Christmas Eve was a sleepless night. Am I going to get the new Zelda game I've been dreaming about every night, that I've been talking about at school endlessly? Will my wish come true? I'd give anything to go back and have the only anxiety in my life be, am I going to get the new Zelda game for Christmas? Ocarina of Time is the perfect example of kid gamer hype for me. Final Fantasy VII for the PlayStation 1. If there's one game commercial that lives in my head rent-free, it's the one for Final Fantasy VII. I didn't have a PS1 at the time, I didn't have the internet, no PlayStation magazine. I was just randomly watching TV one day and Final Fantasy VII came on the screen and I freaked out. The graphics were just so astounding to me. Everything seemed epic and larger than life. I couldn't believe I was watching an ad for Final Fantasy on TV. It was probably the first time my nerd side felt officially noticed in the eyes of the world. Through my youth, video games were not mainstream like they are today. I only knew like 2 other kids that played Final Fantasy games at school. Seeing Cloud Strife on the tube was a huge deal. After seeing that commercial, I never wanted anything more in my life. I felt I needed to play it. I needed to be a part of it. The only Final Fantasy games I played up to this point were just 1 and 4, so the graphical jump to 7 was like leaping over the Grand Canyon. I had to have. Batman Arkham City for the Xbox 360. I was slightly late to the Arkham train and didn't play Arkham Asylum until the Game of the Year version came out. I played it and thought, this was the best comic book game I've ever played. The story, the graphics, the gameplay, the godlike voice actors involved, all of it clicked with me so well that I immediately fell in love with it. Batman is my favorite comic book hero, so when you mix that with an awesome video game, it's a formula for a straight nerdgasm. Then later on, when I saw the trailer for Arkham City, I followed that game for all the details and reveals. I was hella pumped. The game was boasting a bigger area to explore compared to Arkham Asylum, introducing new villains, new combat features, but the clincher was the collector's edition that came with this awesome Batman statue that I still have today. It's pretty rare when I pre-order a physical game or even swoop up a collector's edition, but my hype for Arkham City and this dope-ass statue was too high for me to not shell out the cash for it. No Man's Sky for PC. At E3 2014, a trailer dropped for a sci-fi game that got myself, my friends, and a lot of gamers to take notice. We had a first-person view of an alien planet with its radical colors and strange creatures. Then we hop into the cockpit of a spaceship, lift off the planet, and fly into space to join a dogfight. Minds were blown this day, and questions just poured out. A lot of were just ravenous for more information. This seemed like this game was going to be the next big thing. Then gasoline was poured onto the flame over and over every time Sean Murray, the founder of Hello Games, opened his mouth. Of course, we all found out that a lot of what Sean Murray said was bullshit, but before that, we were all sold. The ideas of everything he told us of what was going to be in the game was just mesmerizing us. The lead up and the wait for this game was intense, and even though the end effect wasn't as great, it's still memorable. Fallout 4 for PC. I've said it before, but I'm a big Bethesda stan. If there's a new Fallout or Elder Scrolls game, I grow a big, wet, rubbery one. The best example of this was with the release of Fallout 4. Bethesda did a big showcase at E3, showing the new locations, weapons, character customizations, the whole works. At this time, I was so ready for a new Fallout adventure, and my love for the series helped fuel my excitement. And the Piece de Resistance was the collector's edition that came with a Pip-Boy. It even had an app for your phone that you could sync with your game data. I pre-ordered that shit day one, and I must have rewatched that showcase over 20 times before the game dropped. I even went on Fallout's website to find any merchandise, and the first thing that they posted on that reveal was a Fallout 4 shirt, and I fucking bought it. I was just straight cuckoo bananas for this game. Street Fighter 6 for PC. There are some games that actually start off with skepticism that evolves into hype. Street Fighter 6 is one of those games. The reason I was sus for the latest installment of Street Fighter was because of how much I despise Street Fighter 5. It had an awful launch with bare bones content, and I just found the game boring to play and boring to watch. When the Street Fighter 6 announced trailer dropped, there was a big focus on content through most of it, so my faith slowly began to restore, as I got the sense of Capcom learning from its mistakes. I kept up to date as details and gameplay footage came out, and was getting interested in how Street Fighter looked in the RE engine. But, of course, I wanted to feel how it played. Capcom had their first beta and I didn't get in, and I had to watch others stream and post everything they were finding, which increased my desire to play it tenfold. But I finally got in for the second beta and instantly got hooked. The full cast and all content wasn't unlocked, but I knew the game was going to be special. After the beta, there was a demo that was nothing more than just a basic tutorial mode with Ryu. But myself and many others just spent 2 weeks straight practicing with Ryu and practicing the game mechanics. We were so hyped. We spent hours upon hours for 2 weeks practicing basic tutorial mode. That's how fucking excited we were to play this game. My journey leading up to Street Fighter 6 started at the bottom and reached the peak of Hype Mountain. There was no other fighting game I was more excited to get my hands on. Those are just a handful of games that I remember being extremely hyped for. Every year there's at least one game I get nuts about, and it's one of the most fun things about being a gamer. What are some games that you got super hyped for? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching.
Incoming at rate.
Aside from playing games, one of my favorite things to do on Steam is to just browse through the endless upcoming games section. It's my preferred way to discover lots of cool looking games that I would probably never even know about otherwise. I did this recently and I found 8 indie games that I want to talk about and share that I just instantly wishlisted. Some of these games have demos, some are just trailers, one is just a 20-second teaser with an awesome description. There's definitely going to be some hype train energy for some of these picks, and who knows when or if some of these titles even get released. Let's take a look at these games and maybe you'll wishlist them as well. Spirit X Strike by Micah Studio. So, I'm not super into 3D action games, but holy shit, Spirit X Strike blew me away. In this demo, you take control of Carter, who I just assume is some kung fu master, because you spend 10 to 15 minutes just destroying bad guys in probably the most fast-paced action combat I've ever played. Amazing animations are mixed with a combat system that just feels so damn good. Honestly, it just felt like I was playing a 3D beat-em-up. I instantly jived with this game and was shocked to learn that it's being developed by just one guy. I played the demo multiple times, and I just really want more from this title. Even though this game has that typical look of like a game that will never be finished. I'm not saying it won't, it just has that look. Spirit X Strike Steam page says it will be released this year, but I don't know if that will actually happen, but at least do yourself a favor and play the demo. To quote a friend that I recommended the demo to, Spirit X Strike fucks hard, wishlisted. Polyaris by Magic Pie. This is a game that just has a 25-second teaser, but the description of the game just sold me on it. Polyaris is a single-player, first-person survival skiing game set in a post-nuclear, procedurally generated Arctic world. I love post-apocalyptic, post-nuclear anything, as well as survival games, so that's all I needed to hear. You can find some footage of this game on YouTube where they had an alpha build in the past if you're more curious. But my instinct was to just jump on the hype train with it. I'm totally down to cross-country ski my way in and out of danger and try not to die. The Polyaris Steam page states the game will be released in Q3 2025. To the Grave, The Wildlands of Fëanora by 2TG Entertainment. This is the game on this list that I've played the most. I'm actually still playing the demo. It's a strategy roguelite RPG. You pick your party, then proceed to make your way through battles. After each battle, you get to decide what to do next based on random events that pop up. Choices include starting a new battle, finding treasure, visiting an item shop, or fighting a really hard sub-boss. You need to choose carefully, as ignoring fights means your party can't gain levels. It really has a Slay the Spire feel to it, and I've just been in love with this demo since I started it. I love the pixel graphics style, and I'm really excited for what the full game will bring.
Nice to
You
meet
can play
you.
the demo now,
I'm
and the
Radiska.
Steam page has it slated for an early access release in 2025. Detained, Too Good for School by OTK Games. This is a 2D action RPG that's actually been in development for a few years. I've only watched the trailers, but it looks flat out badass and totally up my alley. Lots of beat 'em up action accompanied with mini games and a really appealing graphics style. This game just breathes River City and Shenmue to me, which is just a dynamite combination. This game has been on my wish list for a while, and it's one of my most anticipated indie titles. Detained has had previous playtests and demos, and the dev provides updates pretty regularly on their OTK Games YouTube channel and in their Discord. I'm pretty much sold on any modern day beat 'em up game, so I can't wait to play this one. Detained Steam page has it set for an early access release 2025. Bandit Night by GameFlow. Here's a game where you're a thief running around stealing everything. Seriously, everything. Potted plants, food dishes, busting up statues. It legit feels like a pixelated kleptomaniac simulator. Sneak up on guards to knock them out, pickpocket the rando NPCs, take pictures off the wall, steal whatever you have to, and acquire as much loot as possible to bring back to your hideout. Bandit Night is just dumb fun, and I'm intrigued on what a full release will look like. I played this game via the playtest on Steam, which at the time of making this video is still available to request. The game is looking at a 2025 release. Guns of Fury by Gelato Games. What if Metal Slug was a Metroidvania? From what I've watched of this trailer, Guns of Fury is exactly that. A 2D run-and-gun Metroidvania. Saying that out loud just sounds so perfect to me. Collecting guns and equipment while making your way through a vast world of secrets and discoveries while shooting down motherfuckers with guns and mechs, all in a gorgeous looking pixel art style. This just looks like a total blast. Y'all know I love retro arcade games and I love Metroidvanias. So Guns of Fury is like the perfect game to scratch both those itches. And we won't have to wait long, as Guns of Fury is set to release this month on Steam. Jupiter Moon's Mecha by Rock and Bushes. Here we have a roguelike deck builder, which I love, but in the style of mech combat, which I also love. Customize your mech and experiment with your deck to find combinations to wipe out the opponents. I played the demo and I found it to be quite fun. I really like that there are strategies beyond just the deck building, as there are so many ways to buff your mech and add parts to it. It puts a nice spin on the deck building genre. Plus mechs are fucking awesome, so any way you can use them is also a big bonus for me. I'm hoping the full release will have loads of strategies to execute and lots of cards and abilities to unlock. You can play the Jupiter Moon's Mecha demo now, and it's slated for a 2025 release. Stories from Seoul, the Gundog by Space Colony Studios. Sticking with the mech theme, this game really grabbed my attention from its trailer. The pixel art style is awesome, and I definitely get Mobile Suit Gundam vibes from the backgrounds and characters. What's really shocking to me is why I'm interested, as this game is a visual novel, which is a genre I tend to really despise, but the graphic style, the music in the trailer, the mech sci-fi tone, it's making me ignore my complete hate for the genre. I only hope the writing is awesome, because this is a visual novel I think I can fuck with, so I'm probably gonna have way too high expectations for it. Stories from Seoul, the Gundog releases February 20th of this year. So there we have it, 8 indie games that I've wishlisted and have my eye on. I hope by watching this video, it's inspired you to go check them out, or maybe start looking for some upcoming indie games on your own. Indie game development is so crucial in gaming as a whole, in my opinion, as you see a lot more innovation and chance-taking versus the normal double or AAA market. I wish nothing but the best for all the devs and their games in this video, and I hope they all have full releases. What upcoming indie games are you excited for? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching. Back at the end of 2023, I reviewed a game called Fading Afternoon and absolutely loved it. When I found out the dev had 2 more games, I had to swoop them up. These games by Yayo just appealed to me so much, with the pixel graphics style and an old school feel to them. I was excited to play another one and even more excited to do a video about it. Let's dive into Yayo's second game, Arrest of a Stone Buddha, and see if my excitement gets paid off. In Arrest of a Stone Buddha, you play as a hitman whose life consists of the jobs assigned to him by his handler and then passing time till the next job. There's not much to it, but there within lies the interesting overlaying tone of the game, but we'll get to that shortly. I want to talk about the gameplay first. The action levels in the game are very simple on paper. Get from start to end without dying. The actions that assist you are the ability to disarm opponents and take their weapons. You can rock a single pistol, dual pistols, or a shotgun. Enemies spawn from either side of the screen, so they must die before you do. There are no hit points, rather, you will hear the sound effect of a bullet whizzing by, indicated that you dodged the shot. As far as I know, you can dodge up to 4 bullets before the 5th one ends you. Every enemy dies with 1 hit, and the strategy is to manage your weapons and ammo, making sure you disarm before you're empty. Because if you're left weaponless, it's pretty much fucking game over. I found the combat to be pretty cool and stressful at times. It honestly reminds me of the old arcade game Kung Fu, but better, and you use guns instead of punches and kicks. And to me, the combat levels had a heavy arcade feel, which I enjoyed. And as odd as this sounds, I also liked how the foreground plays the part of difficulty in this game. Normally, foreground getting in the way is annoying, but let me explain. For example, there's one stage where you have to track yourself through windows, and there are sections that are blocked out that you can't see. So you need to keep track of enemies spawning and make sure you're not just running into bullets. I'm pretty sure this was the design of it. The foregrounds are done like this on purpose to add some challenge, and I thought it was an easy but creative thing to do. So when you're not in combat, you have some conversations with your handler, and then you're left to wander the streets of a 1970s French city to pass the time. You can go see a movie, check out an art museum, get laid, or just get sucked in by the cool pixel graphics and awesome sound selection. You'll start to notice that this will happen several days in a row, where you're just repeating the same things over and over. At first, I wasn't sure if the goal was to find all the activities or maybe try to activate a story cutscene, but no, you just repeat the same shit over and over. Now, these moments are when you're going to decide if you like this game or not. I could definitely see someone playing this and just getting bored and turning the game off, and I wouldn't blame them. For me, it was different. I don't know if it was the dev's goal, but this is what I felt and thought while roaming the streets. At the beginning, I would think, why is this guy just killing mountains of dudes? What is the pay like? What led him to become just an absolute killing machine? Then as the game went on, I started thinking, is this all this dude has in his life? Murder, an occasional conversation, and going to the pharmacy to get sleeping pills? This is a lonely ass life, and this is what the game makes you feel. To use a popular expression, this game is a vibe. Cold autumn streets, awesome music, just taking up time until the next job. Though Arrest of a Stone Buddha has fast and violent combat, the overall feeling I got from it was just straight melancholy and depression. It didn't make me feel these things personally, but putting myself in the hitman's shoes, that's what I imagine his life felt like. I mean, imagine the only people you ever seriously interacted with was a guy giving you contracts to kill, the marks themselves, and the occasional hanky-panky. It seems to be a very robotic life, and I know I would struggle to find any meaning in it. To touch on the graphics again, I love the style. I think Fading Afternoon is better looking and more appealing, but this game's pixel art is still really cool to look at. The very gray-like color palette helps set the mood, and these backgrounds are pretty breathtaking. Games by Yayo most assuredly radiate tones that suck you into the picture the dev is trying to paint. Overall, I think Arrest of the Stone Buddha is pretty cool. I don't think it's really great or anything, but it was an experience I'm glad I went through. The game is also really short. You can beat the main story in about 2 hours, which unlocks a mode that allows you to play the combat levels on different difficulties. I actually got all the achievements on Steam, and it just took about 5 hours. And those 5 hours well worth it. The game is available on Steam for $15, and honestly suggest waiting for a sale, as I don't really think $15 is worth a couple hours of play. The game is also available on Switch and Xbox, so if it's there for the right price, I would definitely give it a go. Have you played Arrest of the Stone Buddha? What did you think of it? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching. I've been playing all these arcade games and talking about them all thanks to Fightcade, but I do get asked quite a bit on how someone can play these games. Obviously, you could just Google Fightcade and figure it out on PC, but I know a lot of gamers just play on console. With this in mind, I thought I'd make a list of the best retro beat-em-ups that y'all can play on console. Whether they be part of a collection you can get physically, or just a digital download, I got you covered. So no more foreplay, let's dive into this list. We're going to start with arguably the most classic example of the beat-em-up genre, Final Fight. There are many ways to play this game, but I definitely recommend playing it via the Capcom Beat-em-up bundle, since it comes with a bunch of other games, so it's great for your wallet, and you have the ability to play co-op online. Final Fight will forever be one of the best beat-em-ups in my mind. It is the quintessential blueprint for its genre. The two most important factors in any beat-em-up are gameplay and graphics, and Final Fight executes this to perfection. Awesome combos and movesets, big character sprites with fun animations, and made by one of the best arcade developers. It's the golden standard, and everyone that is into beat-em-ups needs to play it. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 4: Turtles in Time, part of the Cowabunga collection. Not to take anything away from the original Turtles arcade game, but Turtles in Time is my favorite Turtles game ever made. Simple combat and colorful graphics just bring the heroes in a half shell to life. I played the shit out of this game as a kid, and it's still just as good now as it was back then. I recommend the Cowabunga collection for the same reasons as the Capcom Beat-em-up bundle, in which you get a shitload of games and online co-op, so it's definitely the most bang for your buck. Double Dragon 2: The Revenge. Another classic series, Double Dragon was such a popular franchise when I was growing up. It even got its own shitty-ass movie. Double Dragon 2 is basically just an enhanced version of the first game, which adds new moves, weapons, enemies, and stages. Now, this is actually a game where I would recommend the NES version over the arcade version, as it just has so much more content. You can get Double Dragon 2: The Revenge from the Arcade Archives via digital download, or it can be played via the Nintendo Switch online service. Have you ever wanted to defend wildlife in the most manly and badass way possible? Taito's Growl, released in 1990, delivers this desire. Take the role of Indiana Jones. Nah, it's just some dude that looks like him, and completely beat the hell out of these mofos trying to steal and harm animals. You can either whip them to death, or just grab your trusty rocket launcher and nuke them out of existence. Growl isn't necessarily that great in the graphics department, but the game's zaniness makes for a beat-em-up with a high level of entertainment. Like, why does Tuxedo Mask from Sailor Moon have a goddamn rocket coming out of his face? And why does he turn into some turd-shaped alien that goes batshit around the screen? Well, you'll just have to play it to find out. Growl can be downloaded from the Arcade Archives via digital download, and is included in the recently released Taito Milestones 3 for the Switch under its Japanese title, Runner. Speaking of that very same Taito Milestones collection, the next game I'd highly recommend is Warrior Blade. I did an entire video on this game, which I'll link in the description. This game just looks absolutely fucking gorgeous. It has a widescreen display that really delivers on the glory of pixel graphics. The combat is fun and simple, but there's an old man you can kick in the ass to pass spells. There's also a unique mechanic in which you unlock buffs as you complete stages. If you really want to see a high mark of graphical beat-em-up design, Warrior Blade is the perfect example. And importantly, I can confirm that the new Taito Milestones collection has this game in widescreen, which is awesome. There was some previous port where it wasn't, and it looks like absolute dog shit. Moving on to another game I've reviewed before, we got Konami's Metamorphic Force. This game has colorful graphics, easy and awesome gameplay, and a somewhat altered beast-like mechanic where heroes evolve into fucking animorphs or some shit. I don't know, but it's badass. Honestly, picture X-Men the arcade game and just add animal people laying the smack down. That's Metamorphic Force. Also, a chick grabs you with her ass cheeks, it's just amazing, take my word for it. Metamorphic Force can be downloaded from the Arcade Archives via digital download. Sengoku 3, developed by Noise Factory and published by SNK. Okay, I first played and beat this game towards the end of last year, and I've been waiting for a reason to talk about it. First off, the game still uses a pixel graphics style, but it's definitely more shaped towards a Japanese anime style. Character and enemy sprites have nice detail and look pretty damn good. But this game stands out because of its awesome gameplay. Each character has their own moveset and combos that can be performed, making Sengoku 3 have a heavy fighting game feel to it. Normal combos can be linked into specials, dash attacks can cause a juggle state, which can then lead into more combos, all with really great animations. I'm actually wanting to play it again since I didn't really grasp the combat system until towards the end of the game, and I think this game has made a huge jump in my own personal list of best beat-em-ups, and I'm actually debating on making a video just for this game. Sengoku 3 can be downloaded from the Arcade Archives via digital download. Hopefully this video helped point some of you in the right direction to play some of these great retro beat-em-ups. Obviously, there are so many good ones that aren't available to play on modern console or had really shitty remakes. I'm looking at you, Night Slasher's remake. You broke my fucking heart. But as time moves on, I'll keep an eye on what gets ported and would love to come back with another video like this in the future. What are some of the best retro beat-em-ups that you've played? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching. Imagine you are part of a group of employees that get fired from a well-known arcade game developer, Irem. You and your fellow coworkers decide to develop your own games and start a company called Nazca Corporation. You then go on to create a run-and-gun arcade game that would later become a cult hit spanning several games. That game is called Metal Slug. But before all that, you and your co-developers needed to have some experience with your former employer. And that's what brings me to this video today. Before Metal Slug, there were some devs at Irem that made one hell of a run and gun, and if you're a fan of the genre, or really into arcade games in general, you already know what I'm talking about. Let's take a look at the 1994 arcade game Gun Force 2, and see exactly how awesome Metal Slug was before it was even Metal Slug. We start with, well, there's no story, intro, or any dialogue. Just a big hole in the ground with the title of the game rising from it. Honestly, this is just badass. A city torn asunder, lightning crashing, and the player is reminded what the fuck they're playing in giant text. It's a dope sight to say the least. Gun Force 2 is, obviously, a run-and-gun arcade game that stars two heroes, Max and Lei, and outside their names, that's all we know, and that's okay, because this game is not about story, but about the awesome gameplay and phenomenal graphics. Like in any run-and-gun, the player shoots their way through a level, killing all in their path until they reach a boss to defeat. The button scheme is simple, with one button to shoot and one button to jump. Very standard on the surface, but Gun Force 2 brings some ideas that just make the game epic. For starters, you rock dual weapons, which is just awesome as fun, but you also get to shoot in two directions simultaneously. It's great because a lot of the time, you don't need to worry about running forward or backwards while trying to shoot diagonally up. You can just stay in neutral. And naturally, there are weapon upgrades to pick up like a spread gun and a flamethrower. My favorite weapon is a laser, because I can just go full 360 psycho on the screen. But let's say all these guns aren't enough for you. No need to worry, as there are tons of vehicles you get to hop into to crush the opposition. A variety of tanks and mechs are at your disposal, and these motherfuckers got some insane attacks. By far, my favorite is the flying mech. Not only does it look cool as hell, but I just love the idea that I'm flying around in a mobile suit killing fools. It's so sick. The gameplay in Gun Force 2 is masterful and addictive. The dual weapons are superb and an awesome idea to add, and the vehicle combat is probably the most fun part. But what really helps drive this game home as a classic is how great everything looks. This game is flat out pixel icing. All the enemies and backgrounds are super detailed. You can feel the weight and metal of every mechanic monstrosity, and the olive drab color palette used also adds a gritty, dirty feeling to it, which I really like. I really like the opening stage as you start on a moving train with a forest background, and there are these giant satellite dishes. This just totally makes me think of Endor from Return of the Jedi. Like most arcade games, the graphical style really shines during the boss battles. For example, the first boss is this awesome giant mech sporting a massive Gatling gun. After enough hits, the mech starts to break down, and the pilot is exposed. You want to know how bad this motherfucker wants to kill you? This dude is willing to just barehand chuck fucking missiles at you. Whatever cause this guy is fighting for, he is committed to it. The game also has its weird and out-of-pocket shit too, like this sub-boss that is just a big oven that throws mechs at you, or this random-ass mega worm on steroids that you have to fight against while riding motorcycles, and even the last boss, which is a centipede mech with big old bappers, and underneath a gnarly fire-breathing skull. This whole game is just like a rad mix of sci-fi and Rambo, and I fuck with it hard. It has some funny charm to it too, like you gotta save the ladies all throughout the game to earn those precious points. But on this one stage, there are chicks hanging from chains, and you end up shooting them on accident damn near every time and just watch them fall to their deaths. Hell, even when you save them, they pump their fists in the air and then still fall off screen. Hooray, death awaits! At the end of each stage, you get a point tally and you increase in rank. Fruitless, since I'm not playing on the actual cap, so no one can see and try to beat my score, but it's still cool nonetheless. Even though this game is really great, I do have some complaints. The big one would be how the frames drop when there's too much shit on the screen and you're playing like you're underwater. It's something I've been used to since the NES days, but the slowdowns did break my immersion every time. Also, it's awesome that you could see a boss break down over time and lose parts as they take damage, but some actual hit detection would have been nice. There were several times where I'm just unloading on a boss and I have no clue if I'm actually doing damage or not. Making the boss or its parts flash on hit would have been great. But you want to know what's weird? Is that there is a boss that does flash when they get hit. Maybe the devs weren't sure on which way to go with this, so they experimented with it? I don't fucking know. And my final complaint is when you beat the game. The final points are totaled and then the game just starts over. No cool cutscene, no credits, just play the game again. I don't know if this is how it is in the original cap, but I would be lying if I said I wasn't expecting something super cool at the end. But to be honest, the game is so fucking dope, it doesn't really matter. Gun Force 2 is a hell of a good time, and definitely a game you should play if you like the genre, or even arcade games in general. You can see how a lot from this game carried over to the Metal Slug games, and it was fun seeing the origins of the franchise. I highly recommend you give this game a playthrough, and if you've played it already, then fucking play it again. It's just that good. Have you played Gun Force 2? What did you think of it? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching.
I'm the first letter of the alphabet. And I'm lowercase a. B. Where's lowercase b? Lowercase b. Get back here.
Uppercase C. Lowercase c. This video is really funny. I know, right?
I agree.
D.
E. F.
What are you building?
I'm building a block tower. Wanna help?
Yes, of course. Let's do this. Finally done.
Looks amazing. Can I build the tower too?
Me too. The tower is already done.
That's right. Why don't you build a different? Whoops.
You should have listened.
We're sorry. Just don't do that again, okay?
We won't.
G.
H.
Hi there! I'm letter I.
And I'm lowercase I.
Flying a UFO is so much fun!
No, no, no! Our ship is crashing!
Look, up ahead! Pick up those power-ups!
Speeding up!
Yes!
Let's show them what we've got!
Quick, run! Time to put this power-up to use! Yes! All right!
Letter J!
Letter K!
Letter L!
Letter M!
Letter N.
Jumping on mushrooms is so much fun!
I know, right?
Lowercase n, let's jump as high as we can!
Let's do it.
1, 2, 3, go!
We did it. Uppercase O.
Lowercase o! Let's draw!
Okay, let's do it.
Letter P!
Letter Q!
This is so much fun!
Uppercase R!
Lowercase r!
Uppercase S! Lowercase s! Time to have some fun!
That was awesome!
Yeah!
Uppercase T! Lowercase t!
Uppercase U.
Lowercase u!
Uppercase V! Lowercase v!
Uppercase W here! And I'm lowercase w. We're playing the Wonderland Roblox game. Here we go! Yeah! Let's go again! Let's go again! This is awesome! Woohoo! This is so much fun! Yeah! Woohoo! That was fun! It sure was!
Hey there! I'm uppercase X! I just finished skateboarding! Now I'm gonna go check on my little bro.
Hey guys, I'm lowercase x. I'm playing hopscotch. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh, it seems like he's playing hopscotch.
7, 8, 9, 10, and finish.
Nice moves, X. That was fun, wasn't it?
You said it, bro.
Uppercase Y, lowercase y. Time to speed up. Lowercase c is here. Can I have a go?
All right, but be careful.
What?
I just told you to be careful.
What? Sorry.
Kids these days.
Trillian! Or should I say, Trilly, my old friend. What brings you here with such a dramatic entrance?
Hey, 10 quadrillion! Just practicing my smoke bombing skills. Thought I'd give you a surprise visit.
Well, you certainly succeeded.
Come over here. I want to show you something. Trillion!
And 10 quadrillion.
Yours to make!
10 octillion! This is cool! Hey, 10,000!
Hey there! It's time to join up! 10,000!
And 10 octillion!
Yours to make!
100 nonillion. I didn't hit the target? This ought to do it. I didn't hit it again? Time to take it up a notch. I finally got it. Oh, hello. Who are you?
I'm 10 quattro decillion. Shouldn't you know that?
I don't know. Let's join up. 100 nonillion.
And 10 quattro decillion.
Yours to make! Quinquagentillion! Let's go! Are you all right up there?
No, I'm not all right. Can't you see that? I feel like a burning marshmallow in here. Stop being so sarcastic. And get me out of here.
I'll get the ladder.
Don't get that filthy thing. I want to be rescued in style.
Seriously? Do you even want me to save you or not?
Of course I want you to save me. I just... Huh? What's going on? Help! I'm in grave danger.
I'm coming to get you! I'm Quinquagentillion, and I have 78 burning zeros! I don't have enough zeros!
Join with another number, and be quick!
There! Hurry! We need to join up!
Join up? Why?
There's no time to explain!
Let's do this.
Quinquagentillion!
And quattuorbigentillion.
And 100 quindecillion!
And Google.
Yours to make! Satillion!
303 zeros.
Whoa!
Oh no!
Hey, where are you going? I just saved you. Are you even gonna say thanks? Come back here.
Never!
Say thank you now or you'll get grounded.
You can't ground me. I'm a bottle.
Hey there! I'm 10 Tredicillion, and I love to race!
Hey!
Oh, hello there! What brings you to the tracks?
Just thought I'd give this car a little spin. And also, let's join up!
10 Tredicillion!
And 10 billion. Join to make.
100 sextillion. Ooh, yum! Cookies. I just have to have a bite. Ooh, they look even better up close. Just one bite, then I'll leave. That was so good! Maybe just one more. I'll just try this one. And maybe this one too. Hey, who's in there? Uh-oh. Time to go. Oh, are you okay? Yeah, I'm okay.
Well, well, well. Looks like someone's been snacking again. You just couldn't resist, huh?
They were just sitting there, practically calling my name.
If you say so. Anyway, want to join up?
Yeah!
Quintillion.
And 100 sextillion. Join to make.
100 duovigintillion. Now it's time to get to patrolling. Gotta make sure Wonderland is safe at all times. Huh? What's this? What are these footprints doing here? But more importantly, who do they belong to? I've got it. I know who we need to solve this. 10, why are you here? I wasn't calling for you.
Yeah, but I know who you were calling for. And to get that number, we need to join up.
If you say so. 100 duovigintillion.
And 10.
Join to make.
Trevigintillion. Time to solve this mystery. This looks interesting. I wonder who made these footprints. It seems the footprints stop here. At Nonillion's house. So these footprints must belong to him. Hey there, Nonillion.
Hey, what's up?
I was following these footprints, and it led me right to your house. And I was wondering if you made them.
Yeah, they're definitely mine. It's because on my way home, I stepped in some mud.
Anyways, want to join up?
Sure.
Trevigintillion.
And Nonillion. Join to make.
Trevigintillion. This is the best! Time to go!
A wider smile brightens more
Cool!
than just your teeth.
I haven't seen a planet like this before. I mean, look at all those colorful rocks. I've got to explore this.
Difference in just 3 days. So you can live life to the brightest.
Look at this expensive sheet of coat. I've never seen anything like this in my life. The less gravity, the more fun. Whoa! What are you guys doing here?
We came here to have a little fun.
And we wanted to join up with somebody.
But we couldn't find any volunteers. So we decided to check on Planet 2. Do you want to join up?
Yes, of course. That sounds like a great idea.
Then let's do this.
Tretrigintillion.
And Gargoogle. And Sextrigintillion. And Octavigintillion. Join to make.
Googleding.
Time to go!
did he run off to? You can't hide forever.
Ha! Found you!
Oh no! I've been spotted! You won't get away this time. We'll see about that. Huh? A portal?
Hey, number 9! Ah!
Huh? What is this place? Zero? Well, what are you doing here?
Don't bother yourself with that. I am nowhere and everywhere at the same time.
What do you mean? Everywhere and nowhere at the same time?
That is only one of my special powers that only I have.
Tell me more about this special power, Zero.
You see, I am always there with numbers. Sometimes I'm visible and counted, and at other times I'm not visible, therefore not counted. So you see, I am everywhere and nowhere, and that's how number 10 first came to be.
So when you're in front of us, you act as a placeholder.
Smart one. You've got it. That's all for now. If you ever need me, just give me a call.
I've got you now!
Time to get away!
Two can play at that game.
Doesn't look like you're getting away now. Take this!
No, not my car!
Ha-ha! I'm not gonna let you get away. Ha! Yeah.
I'm always here, even when you can't see me.
What in the world is going on? And why isn't it hitting him?
Hi there! Today, we're going to 100's party! Now that I'm off the plane, I gotta catch a bus to 20's place. There's the bus! Next stop, 20's house. Ten, what are you doing here? I'm up for a party at 100's place, and I was wondering if you might want to tag along. A party? Parties are my specialty. I just hosted one last week. So, is that a yes or a no? Yes, I'm in! Here, we can use my skateboards to ride to the party. Thanks, bro. Hey, 30, get down here.
Huh? It's 10 and 20.
There's a party at 100's place. We're heading there now. We just dropped by to ask you if you want to come along.
Oh, I'm coming, all right. Let's go.
Let's invite all of our friends to 100's party. Great idea. Where's 40 at?
I know the way. Follow me. Hey, Dad, I'm gonna learn every trick in the
40!
How long will that take?
Ah, this is the life.
A week?
Z-Bar organic snack bars are made with energizing whole grains because
I
adventure
am
needs fuel.
exclamation mark, the tricky and mysterious villain behind the mind-bending schemes. So buckle up for a day full of mystery and surprises. Now listen up! My rascal rovers will add a splash of fun. 40 won't know what hit him. Now, let the games begin.
The water is so cold. Huh? What's
going on?
So where's 40?
He's over there.
40's an ice block.
Who could have done this?
We need to heat him up.
But how?
I have a...
I'm the one who froze him.
Exclamation mark.
The best villain of all the villains in the world. Let's see if you can unfreeze him.
So as I was saying... I have an idea. I can use my Wonder Ray to heat 40 up.
It was really cold in there. Thanks, guys.
No problem.
Do you want to go to 100's party?
Yeah, I was planning on going there after my pool. Let's get in my truck. It's much faster.
I'm hungry.
Hi, guys. Number 50 here. It's time for some YouTube filming.
Hey, are you recording me for your YouTube channel?
Yep. Say hi and introduce yourself to my fans.
Hi guys, I'm 60, and we are going to 100's party. Come with us. Let's go.
Hey, guys. Oh, hey. Where are you heading?
We're going to 100's party.
Yeah, it's gonna be a blast. Are we gonna be on YouTube?
You bet.
That's awesome.
Why don't you introduce yourselves to our fans?
Sure. I'm 70, and this is...
80. Make sure you guys give this video a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button.
Let's get cracking.
I heard that a surprise celebrity is gonna be there. It's going to be a really cool party.
Do you know who this celeb is?
Nope, it's meant to be a surprise.
It sounds like we're in for a party of the century.
Can't wait.
Yeah, you guys finally made it. Let's go already.
Hey, say hi to my subscribers.
Hi guys, I'm 90, and we're all going to party with 100 and his celeb surprise. Join us. Let's get it.
Hey everyone! Welcome to my party. You guys are all in for a treat.
Say hello to my subscribers.
I'm 100, and welcome to my party.
Oh no! My battery is about to run out. No, wait!
Whoa! Where are we? Well, wherever we are, it's pretty cool.
Let's go!
Run!
Oh no!
There's a wall blocking our path.
It looks like we need to add up with that 10 to get past.
So let's do it.
150
plus
10
equals 160.
160
plus
10
equals 170. That was a close one. 170 plus
10
equals 180. truck?
Whoa,
This is cool!
Huh?
Spikes on the road! We have to dodge them! Left! Right! Left! Right! Left! Right! Left! Right! Left!
Yes, we did it!
Wait, who is that? It looks like 180.
Look, it's 10! 180 plus
10
equals 190!
Whoa! Is that what I think it is?
A rocket ship!
This is gonna be awesome! I've always wanted to fly one of these.
Taking off in 3,
2,
1!
blast off!
Who's that?
It looks like another number, but he's flying a rocket ship?
Wait, I know who it is!
It's 10!
Hey guys!
Hey, 10!
I wasn't expecting any visitors out here.
Yeah, us either.
But you know what? Let's add up.
Yeah! 190
plus
10
equals
200.
Ice cream's the coolest. Let's go get some! Hi, guys.
Hi.
Ice cream? Is that chocolate flavor? Actually, it's chocolate, strawberry, and vanilla, with a cherry on top. Cool, 3 flavors. Where are you heading? To the bouncy castle. We better get going.
A new train has arrived. All aboard. I'll take you to the bouncy castle. Let's get cracking.
Today, the train is going to get all topsy-turvy. Get ready, because I'm here to bring the silliness and the mayhem that would make everyone and everything go bonkers. Minus!
What do you want? We have places to go.
I'm here for you!
Me? But I'm...
I don't care! Whoa!
What? What's going on?
I've subtracted you out of existence. Give her back. If you want her, come and get her. The train is speeding up. Does anybody know how to drive a train? No. So what are we going to do? Look, there's a split in the path. Oh no, we're going the wrong way. Oh no!
Here
I'm a
are
big old
5
geek.
sofas
I think
and
that's pretty
sectionals to
obvious
elevate
by now.
your living
Not
space.
only do I
Oh, by
love
the
video
way,
games
all
like
of these that I'm
them,
going to show
but I
you
also
are on
really
sale
like
right now
comics.
during
When I like
Slumberland's
gaming,
Spring
I didn't get
Home
into
Sale.
comics
The
until I was
Cormac
an adult.
is a
I remember
stunner.
growing up
Need a
and watching
reclining
the
sofa?
90s X-Men and
Step up
Spider-Man
to the
cartoons
dash.
and Batman
You
the
need to feel
Animated
the
Series.
Parkland sofa. This
I like
wood
them all,
detail
but I don't
really
remember
elevates
owning
the
any
vibe.
comic
The whole
book
linen
based
collection
games.
is cozy,
And the only
like
titles I remember
super
playing are the
cozy.
X-Men
This
arcade
is
game
the
and the
ultimate
Versus Fighting
sectional.
games.
I mean,
At
look
least
at all the
those are my strongest
configurations.
memories.
Plus, it's got
Fast
cup
forward to the
holders,
future when I was about
USB
22,
charging, and this
a friend at
fabric
work
is
brought in a
spill
stack
and
of Batman
stain
graphic
resistant.
novels.
Visit your
and I
local
read The Long
Slumberland today and
Halloween
discover the
by
perfect
Jeff
piece
Loeb
to
and
elevate
Tim
your
Sale.
home.
I was hooked
holders.
immediately and started consuming comics like crazy. So naturally, comic book games started to ping on my radar, and I played a wide variety ranging from the past to present day. Through this journey, I've enjoyed some awesome games, and if I'm being honest, a lot of bad ones. But in this video, I want to focus on Marvel Comics and the games that I enjoyed the most. comic book fans like to ask each other, are you Marvel or DC? And I've always had a hard time answering that question, because I feel like I'm more attached to the characters themselves versus what brand they're under. But if I had to answer, I would have to say Marvel. With that said, let's check out some of my favorite Marvel Comics games. A quick note, I already discussed X-Men the arcade game and Marvel vs. Capcom 2 in a previous video, which you should check out, so also consider them part of this list. The Punisher, released in 2005. In the city, there are low-life scum of the earth bad guys, and the Punisher blows their fucking head off while keeping track of it in his wardrobe. He doesn't dispense vengeance, but punishment. At least that's how Castle sees it. That's all you really need to know about the Punisher as a character. This game came out 1 year after the 2004 movie starring Thomas Jane, and to my pleasant surprise, Jane continues his role by voicing Frank Castle in this game. Somewhere in this
Incoming
video
at
game,
break.
there's a story. But that's not why you play it. You play it because you just want to let loose on criminal garbage while wielding dual shotties. There's no list of hundreds of collectibles to find, no giant map to discover fast travel spots, just simple mission maps in the fury of the Punisher. Outside an arsenal of destructive weapons to use, Frank also has assistance from Slaughter Mode, which turns Frank into a roid rage-fueled psycho that just goes ham on the opposition. But if you want some information before passing down your gory punishment, Castle can also interrogate enemies. But be careful, if you go too far, you'll kill the foe too fast and lose precious points. But nobody cares about that. It's all about the mayhem you bring down on this crack house. I like this game because it's just mindless fun and the rules are simple. There aren't any convoluted objectives, no constant breaks for cutscenes. You just kill motherfuckers and move on. You don't even need skill. There's so much to the player's advantage, you can just pick it up and play. There's a great satisfaction and feel just relaxing back and killing evil drug dealers with ease. The special interrogations are my favorite, as each is unique and kept me excited for what weird-ass scenario the next one would be. If you fuck them up, the game gets grim for a few seconds, as if I'm supposed to be concerned if Frank is becoming an actual psychopath. But I'm just more entertained than anything. And that's the point. This game is entertaining as hell. Marvel Ultimate Alliance 2, released in 2009. Back in 2006, Marvel Comics released Civil War, a crossover event that divided the Marvel Universe. The question we were all faced with was, are you for superhero registration or against it? The meat of Ultimate Alliance 2 showcases the Civil War, as lines are drawn and different heroes and villains team up to support their common cause. The game plays like a Diablo clone, except simpler. Every character has a set of skills they can use, as well as special combo super skills that can just clear a screen of enemies. Each hero can level up, which adds layers of RPG elements as you decide what to focus on the most in terms of combat and passive abilities. The hero selection is vast, with dozens of characters to pick from, accompanied with large stage maps that leave room for exploration. What I love about this game is the gameplay. It's simple and fun to look at. One could argue that this game and others like it are kind of the new version of a beat-em-up game. I spent hours mixing up different teams just to see what their combo skills would look like. I also thought it was awesome that you could get specific bonuses based on the type of team you assemble. And any game that includes my favorite of the X-Men, Cable, is always a bonus for me. I find games like this addicting. There's something about mashing buttons that eases my mind, and with a level-up system included and a wide cast available, I would go through missions over and over using a different team every time. The game was re-released in 2016 on Steam that included all the DLC characters. Sadly though, you can no longer buy it. But if you are somehow able to get a digital copy of this game, and if you can get a fucking controller to work on it, seriously, I had so many issues getting footage for this game. It's probably the best version to play. Marvel's Spider-Man Miles Morales, released in 2022 on Steam. Real quick, I don't own a PS5, so I'm still waiting for the PC release to play Spider-Man 2. So I have a weird thing with Spider-Man. I like the Sam Raimi movies, I like the Tom Holland movies, I like the 90s cartoon, I like the Spider-Verse movies, but I actually never really liked Spider-Man comics. For me, I always felt the character's best medium has been in movies or video games. I feel they are the best ways to see his powers, acrobatic skills, and it's way more enjoyable to hear all his shit talking when you are actually beating up bad guys. Miles Morales is another team that gets bitten by a molten spider to gain superpowers. The original Spider-Man, Peter Parker, is heading out of town, and it's up to Miles to maintain the safety of New York City. The new Spider-Man games play like a lot of games we have seen over the years. Melee attacks, takedowns, counters, dodges. It's not reinventing the wheel. And this game is a continuation of Marvel's Spider-Man, which I also enjoy. So all the amazing web swinging and graphics are basically the same. What makes me put this game above its predecessor is Miles Morales himself. Look, I'm an old dude, so I've seen Peter Parker's story told so many times, over and over again, that it's just boring. Miles brings a fresh, new perspective to the Spider-Man universe. He comes from a totally different background and era, so it combines the familiarity of Spider-Man with a new point of view that breaks the staleness a lot of comic book heroes gain over time. I enjoyed the writing in the game, and learning about Miles' past and his family was interesting. Another reason I prefer Miles Morales is Miles' skill set compared to Peter Parker's.
Did you know you can pet me?
The addition of
Check
his
out the
electric
Pet
abilities
Cafe.
and moves just makes playing as Miles feel more badass. And can we count this game as a Christmas game? I love the holiday thing. To sum it up, I just had more fun playing as Miles Morales versus Peter Parker. The only criticism I have for this game is that it's too short. Hopefully when I play Spider-Man 2, I can enjoy more of this character. Marvel's Midnight Suns, released in 2022. You play as the Hunter, a reawakened fighter from the past that has to lead a team of Marvel superheroes against the coming destruction from the Hunter's mother Lilith and her master Chitauri. Let's just jump to what I love about this game. The turn-based deck-building combat. Holy shit, this is some of the most addicting gameplay I've played in a while. You build a deck for each hero, and the cards are the actions the characters can take. They are dealt to you at random in combat, and you have to determine the best way to strategically use the cards to win the battle. Since the actions dealt are random, almost each combat you require a different tactic that you have to improvise with. I love how it keeps each encounter fresh and surprising. I can't say enough about this combat system to do it justice. What complements the excellent combat is an interesting story with many side interactions and friendship-building activities. Without spoiling anything, I'll just say the story is comic book as fuck. There are heroes and villains coming out of the woodwork from a variety of different Marvel comics, all twisting and contorting into a classic safe world. The Hunter is a custom character that's almost a blank slate that's formed based on decisions you make throughout the game. It's very Star Wars-like, where your selections are based on light or dark decisions. Outside of combat, there's a somewhat open-world-ish section called the Abbey, where you can explore and find unlockables, solve puzzles, and complete side quests. This part actually surprised me, as I thought the whole game would just be the combat. It's not the best exploration, but it's a welcome addition. While making these videos and getting footage for these games, I always come across a few that make me want to go back and play them. Midnight Suns is one of those games. I just want to do battles over and over again, mixing teams and seeing the absolutely phenomenal action scenes with the abilities. Out of all the games I've discussed in this video, I recommend this one the most. As time has gone on, we've seen comic book games get bigger and better, and I don't expect them to slow down anytime soon. It's weird how big Marvel is in media now compared to when I was growing up. I'm really excited to see what's in store for comic books and gaming in the future. What are some of your favorite Marvel games? Feel free to share them. Thank you for watching.
A good video starts with a good song. Go to Artlist and get the best music for your video.
That's the song.
Keep your creativity flowing with amazing new music every day. Browse the best music catalog in the world. Find the music you need fast and focus on your creation. One simple license to cover all your projects. So go to Artlist now and find the perfect song for your video.
Learn from world-class Udemy instructors like Chris.
Excel is a magician's hat that pulls out solutions to problems you never thought possible. As a former beta tester wizard for Microsoft, I've created more spreadsheets than stars in the sky. Come with me on a journey that will blow your mind. We're going back to a time when accounting was done with, well, sand.
Do we have your attention? Good. Get started at udemy.com.
Game's trailer can only provide so much context. You can research and read interviews about an upcoming game, and you'll never really know about it until it's in your hands and you're playing it. Enter the glory that is the game demo, a way gamers can try a game without buying it. I love and support demos, and I wish every single dev provided demos for their games. The end of last week provided a treat as Cygames released a demo for Granblue Fantasy Relink for the PS4 and PS5. Relink is one of my most anticipated games for this year, and since it feels like we've been waiting 8 billion years to play it, I had to jump on the demo. I played it on PS4 since I don't have a PS5 and there was no demo for the PC. And yeah, I'm gonna be a grump about that. It fucking sucks that there's no demo on Steam. Like, why the hell not have one? Well, let's take a look at the Granblue Fantasy Relink demo and see just what kind of game we got here. Going through all 3 game selections available, tutorial, story, and quest modes. The tutorial is very straightforward and explains the combat just fine. You have a regular attack, strong attack, which can be used to perform combos, along with a jump that can also be used to launch enemies and combo in the air. There's a dodge, special moves, and a guard, so pretty standard stuff. I could tell right away playing the tutorial section that the game's going to be pretty simple combat-wise. It definitely felt like I was playing a Dynasty Warriors game, using all the combos and the combo sequences provided. I found the dodge to be a little weird, as I'm not used to using R2, but I did like that you can pretty much cancel out any move using it. Fortunately, the controls feel like they'll be very easy for me to adapt to. Next, I jumped into the story quest, and this is where my interest started to rise, as this game just looks beautiful. Seeing the area in its entirety was pretty breathtaking. The goal of this mission is to defeat monsters at each point until the map is cleared. Once again, this is very reminiscent of a Dynasty Warriors type game, but I found a few happy surprises along the way, like breakable pieces of the environment that give you some gold, some random item drops and treasure chests scattered about, a kind of time sequence where you need to collect jewels to reveal the hidden treasure, and omen statues that unleash much tougher foes. And I also thought it was great that you can actually fall off the map. I was definitely happy that the game offered more than just combat, even though it's not very much. Honestly, the feeling I got going through the story quest reminded me of an arcade playstyle, almost like an old school beat 'em up. Like in Golden Axe or Final Fight, you beat up dudes, but you also break barrels and collect items, except in Relink, it's a bigger scale and area. If a game is reminding me of the arcade, then that's only good news for me. Throughout the stage, and yeah, I'm calling them stages, because that's what it feels like. You're introduced to more mechanics of the game, the most important one being the link system. While landing attacks during combat, a prompt will appear for a link attack. Activate it on time, and you zoom over to an enemy a party member is fighting, and land an attack. A meter will start to build, and once you activate the link attack, when the meter is at 100%, it activates a slowdown to deal a lot of damage to the enemies. It's a pretty overpowered reward for just noticing a prompt on the screen and pressing a button enough times. Once again, this combat and its design feel very similar. You can also build up super moves that can either be done in succession, or you can change the setting to have the AI party members automatically use it as soon as it's built up. They do big damage and wraps itself up spectacularly at the end with a giant combo super move. It's dazzling to look at, and another big reward for just mashing buttons. There's also the ability to lock onto enemies, but I really didn't like to use it, unless I needed to whip around real quick to find the next enemy. More often than not, I found it quite annoying as I preferred to just freely move around. At the end of the stage, there's a boss battle, and it was very basic at first, as the dude has a giant shield, so I just needed to get behind him and attack. The boss also did some very head-scratching things, like run to the corner and just stand there and guard. I don't know what's up with this, but I'm just assuming this is one of the first bosses in the game, so I'm not too critical about it. But then the boss entered Bloodthirsty mode, and this made the fight fun. In Bloodthirsty mode, the boss started doing big AoE moves, dropping meteors from the sky, and just went nuts. I honestly wish the entire boss fight was just this, as I actually needed to pay more attention to what I was doing. And that's one thing I noticed. This game is very button-mashy, once again making it feel like an arcade game to me. With the boss defeated, I then went to quest mode. Here you're in a town that represents a hub where there's a quest counter, shop, and blacksmith, though the shop and blacksmith are not usable in the demo. I also went through the menus and started viewing the playable cast and discovered that each character plays differently. For example, Gondagoza requires you to time your attacks to build his Eternal Rage meter, which can be unleashed for a massive attack. Whereas Charlotta gains attack power by landing as many attacks as possible. To make a quick comparison, and also because I've been playing so much of it recently, it's like in Monster Hunter World, where each weapon plays different and has different strategies, but in Relink, it's the characters that will have different playstyles and strategies, which makes me assume that the game loop will be grinding every character, and as they advance, they'll get more abilities and start to separate themselves more uniquely. Now, the quest counter offered 3 different quests. You accept them and immediately get thrown into an arena where you start to slay monsters and conquer your objectives. This reminded me of the Dragon Ball Z Xenoverse games, where you have a list of parallel quests that just involves fighting enemies and can be played online with other people. And the hub town itself, which is starting to become super common in a lot of games nowadays, really reminds me of like Xenoverse or Monster Hunter World. Each quest has some mini objectives that can lead to more overall points at the end of the fight, which I'm assuming will determine the amount of XP everyone gets. One thing I did like is how the game tracks each character's point total. You can basically tell who contributed the most, so players that are more skilled can advance faster. At least that's what I'm assuming. I could be totally wrong about that. And I really like the point total at the end because, once again, it makes me feel arcade vibes. I haven't messed with the online yet, but I'm looking forward to when the game comes out. Overall, I enjoyed playing Relink. I'm predicting this is going to be a very grindy game, but with a very simple combat system. I, of course, love games that require you to be on your toes and strategize, but I also love games that let me shut my brain down and just stare at graphical eye candy while mashing buttons. I could definitely see myself sliding this game into the podcast game category. And I do want to reiterate, I think this game has a very simple playstyle, like a Dynasty Warriors game. I don't see it being very deep at all, so if you're thinking about getting it, you should get it. But then again, I could be completely wrong about every assumption I made. Relink feels like an awesome modern-day arcade game to me. I'll be getting it day one, and I'm excited to play it. I'm also going to do another video after I've actually played the full game. Have you played the Relink demo? What are your thoughts on the game? Feel free to share them. Thank you for watching.
Students with ADHD save 10 hours studying with this Chrome extension.
But no, by all means, go ahead, skip the ad, save a few seconds.
I have to do a lot of reading for my job, emails, reports, write-ups, but sometimes reading can get really, really tiring. To stay focused, I use a free Chrome extension called Speechify. All I do is highlight the text, right-click, and then Speechify reads it out to me.
SEC data show $359 million of GameStop shares failed to deliver.
I can increase the speed and can pick from a variety of really high-quality voices, which just makes it so much easier to focus. I can now listen twice as fast as I can read, and my eyes don't get strained, especially if I'm working late at night. And with one click, I can send whatever I'm reading to my phone so I can listen to it on the go.
Use Speechify for free on Google Chrome, so you can spend less time reading and more time doing what you love.
Dynasty Warriors is a franchise I've known since I was a teenager playing them on the PS2. They're hack-and-slash games with really easy combat systems that allow you to just decimate thousands upon thousands of enemies in an epic manner. I specifically remember Dynasty Warriors 3, as it would be my go-to game to play if I had a tough day at school. I could just shut my mind off and conquer battlefields while being thoroughly entertained, and my stress would melt away. Because of this, Dynasty Warriors has a special place in my heart. As time went on, the series and system started to spill into other IPs, Quest, Fire Emblem, and The Legend of Zelda. Now a lot of these games are basically the same, each just has a different skin. I know this, the fans know this, and I'm pretty sure the devs know this. And you know what? None of us care. We like the games and we'll keep playing them until they're no longer made. In my opinion, so far comes from the Mobile Suit Gundam. Specifically, my favorite, Dinosaurs Gundam 3. I first played this game about 7 or 8 years ago and enjoyed it. I've watched a few Gundam series, the most memorable being Gundam Wing, G Gundam, and the one I personally favor, EVA. Though I'm not as big into anime now as I was when I was younger, I still think the giant mech genre is awesome. So much, in fact, that I'm trying to watch all the Gundam series in order of release, just because I'm going through Gundam 3 again. That's how hyped this game makes me feel for Gundam. So what happens when you mix a well-known hack-and-slash franchise with the most popular mech anime? Well, let's take a look. Right out the gate, I'm just going to say that the plot to this game isn't grandiose at all. It's all very simple, and to be honest, I really don't care about it. Characters from various Gundam series are all thrown together in the same universe without knowing how or why, so the pilots and their comrades search across the new world looking for answers. Alliances are formed, and the game has 4 plot lines running at the same time, separating the characters into the paths of those who understand, those who fight, those who doubt, and those who pass by. Each story mission is limited to the pilots of the designated path, but luckily, all other mission modes allow you to use any pilot unless specified. And this game has hundreds and hundreds of missions, accompanied with a long list of characters, and mobile suits the pilot. Many Gundam series are represented here. If you are a Gundam fan, you'll find several of them. Mobile suits can be customized to increase stats and add certain abilities, like extending the range of melee attacks or increasing the overall mobility of the unit. Plans to be unlocked while playing to craft new mobile suits or better suits than the ones you already have. Pick your desired pilot, enter the battlefield, and start mowing down the enemy. The 2 previous Gundam installments used 3D graphics, but Gundam 3 went with cel-shaded graphics style, which allowed the ability to have more units on the screen. Personally, I love this cel-shaded style. It looks so clean, and well, it looks like an anime. The colors are bright and the effects are mesmerizing. This is such a pretty game to play. I also really like the portraits used for all the characters. They mimic their respective Gundam series in the art style. Normally when a game has a mix of art styles, it will turn me off, but in this game it doesn't. I actually really like that each era of animation is represented, and you can visually see the different directions that were taken and how it evolved over time. Okay, let's get balls deep into the meat and potatoes of the game, the gameplay. It's a Dinosaurs game, so you know it's not complex. Mobile suits all have simple combos to perform, and each has the same combo pattern. It's absolutely brain dead easy. They also have super moves that can be used once a gauge is filled. They have dual super moves if you are close enough to an ally, and they look just spectacular. And that's it. This is the combat. You use these tools to accomplish the mission objectives, which is basically destroy everything until you win. The fun of the game loop for me is rotating the use of different mobile suits every mission. Pilots can level up and expand their combo tree, so it was really fun for me to see all the combos every mobile suit had. The animations are smooth, and though the inputs remain the same, each mobile suit can vary. There are some I found, like the Burning Gundam, that has combos that are really great with handling crowds. Whereas the O mobile suit was really great for taking out enemy captains in a 1v1 scenario. Then there are some mobile suits with install modes, like the Unicorn Gundam or Reborn Gundam, that increase its abilities for every situation. So even though your inputs are repetitive, there is an okay level of variety during combat. I've talked about this before, I like beat-em-up games. I like mindlessly button mashing while awesome shit happens on the screen. Every game like this reminds me of the arcade, and if a game can make me think of the arcade, then I totally fuck with it. I love grinding to level up pilots and expand the combo tree. I love building friendships in the game so I can unlock more pilots so I'd have even more mobile suits to goof around. It's easy, it's straightforward, and it's eye candy. Sometimes that's all I want. The game does offer 3 difficulty modes, but if you want a really tough challenge in the game, try playing as one of the weaker mobile suits. You can unlock units that I can only define as straight jobbers. The mass-produced mobile suits that you'll spend most of the game decimating. Just try taking a unit named Ball and go through a mission. It's night and day compared to the normal mobile suits you use, and you will probably actually start stacking some mission failures. It is really tough. I think the addition of these jobbers is a fantastic idea. The feeling you get while using a basic bitch Zaku to destroy an all-powerful Gundam just makes me super giddy. As mentioned before, Dynasty Warriors is special to me, and Gundam 3 is as well. I hope Dynasty Warriors and its expansion into more and more IPs continues. I'd love for the devs to go back to Gundam and just unapologetically max out the roster. Have all the pilots from all the series with every single mobile suit. Just go batshit crazy with it. There was a 4th installment of the Gundam series, Gundam Reborn. It was digital only on the PS3 here in the United States, so I don't have a way to play it. Have you played Dynasty Warriors Gundam 3 or any game in the series? What did you think of it? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching. Definitely one of my favorite handheld consoles. I was so excited when this thing came out, so I could play titles like Crisis Core and Star Ocean First Adventure. Outside the game's release for it, it was also a great console to hack and to make into an emulation station for NES and SNES games. Does anyone else remember the Phantom Battery hack? I remember my friend learned about it and didn't rest until he made it happen. Then he jailbreaked all the PSPs in my friend group. Man, it was so awesome. The PSP was just such a great handheld. I wanted to show my PSP collection and just share some thoughts and memories of the games I had. Normally I do this on my Instagram page, but I was curious about how a video about my collection would be like. I honestly don't know if this is the type of video people enjoy watching, or have ever commentary for the games are going to be improv rather than scripted like in all the rest of my videos and what I'm reading right now. So let me know in the comments if you'd like more content like this. Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles. I played this game a lot on the PSP because before this I'd never played Rondo of Blood, and it's also awesome because you can unlock Cynthia the Night. Castlevania collection for the time, and I highly suggest people to play it. Dissidia Final Fantasy. Or is it Final Fantasy Dissidia? I don't know. My retro game collector app that has Dissidia in front of Final Fantasy. I'm doing these in alphabetical order, by the way, obviously. This game was fun. I got it when it first came out. It was super grindy, and it was like the first PSP game I believe I played multiplayer on, or I guess co-op on with my friend. I think we also fought each other too. I thought the fighting system in it was okay, but like it was just so grindy. Like I don't think I ever finished every single character in it. Dissidia Duodecim 012 Final Fantasy, whatever it's called. I've actually barely played this game. They added a bunch of characters like from Final Fantasy 13 with Lightning, and I believe characters from Final Fantasy 14. And then they have like side characters like Dean and Tifa. I think when I got this, I was kind of excited to play it, but I was just so burnt out on the Dissidia system that like I really have to be to play it. Final Fantasy 1, it's still a banger in my opinion after all these years. I liked it. I beat the Pixel remaster of this game recently, and it's still good. I still like Final Fantasy 1. Final Fantasy 2, I like this game. I first beat it, I believe, on the GBA, and I thought the port on the PSP was great as well. I like Final Fantasy 2, and I like its system, how it's definitely different, and it's not a classic level-up system. I really like it. Final Fantasy 4 Complete Collection. I have this sealed. I believe, actually, I think it's a reseal. It doesn't even look like a legit seal. I like Final Fantasy 4. Final Fantasy 4 is one of my favorite Final Fantasies. I've beaten the 3D one, the Super Nintendo one, and then the After Years, I thought was hot garbage. I didn't even finish it. It was so bad. But they put it all together on the PSP, which is really cool. Final Fantasy Tactics War of the Lions. Tactics is once again one of my favorite Final Fantasy games. This was a great, I mean, I don't know, it's not necessarily a remake, but you could call it a remaster because they fixed a bunch of translation stuff so you could way better understand the story. They added some awesome like animated cutscenes and stuff. I really love Tactics. I thought this game was great, and the port is like my preferred version. I wish they would port this to Steam. I know there's like a rumor of a Final Fantasy Tactics remake happening, but if not, at least port this version. Final Fantasy VII Crisis Core, another great game. The remaster, remake, whatever you call it, Crisis Core Reunion came out. Was it the end of last year, or was it the year before that? No, it was kind of decent. I played it and I beat it again. I remember I played and beat it on the PSP as well. Actually, I have a funny story about Crisis Core. When I first got it, I got it in the morning and then I had to go to work. And then when I got home, one of my roommates at the time's like dumbass fucking friend, opened it and fucking played it. Like, I was super fucking pissed. Obviously, this isn't a funny story where I think it's fun, but it could be funny if like somebody saw it on TV or something. I was pissed. Crisis Core is a great game. We have God Eater Burst. For some reason on the PSP version, they call it God's Eater. I had no clue why. It must have been some sort of miscommunication. It's God Eater. I've played these games on Steam. I really like the first one. The second one was okay. I still need to finish the third one. But I like God Eater. It's basically like, I mean, if I had to call it anything, it'd be anime monster, basically. Guilty Gear Judgment. I love the Guilty Gear series. It's definitely up there as some of my preferred fighting game series. Judgment was kind of cool. They kind of took the idea of doing like a side-scrolling anime just with Guilty Gear characters. In Guilty Gear, they have games that are weird like that, where they kind of experiment with like the Suikoden on the PS2. But yeah, Judgment was fun. I remember it being kind of hard, but you know, 2D beat 'em ups, they're designed to take your quarters. I like that they still kind of went that route with the difficulty. I like it. Guilty Gear X2, X and 4 Plus. Once again, love the Guilty Gear series, so I try to collect all the Guilty Gear games I could find physically. Indiana Jones and the Staff of Kings. So I've never played this. I want to because there's that new Indiana Jones game coming out from, I think published by Bethesda, but developed by somebody else. Love Indiana Jones. Who doesn't love Indiana Jones? I definitely want to check this game out before the new one. Loco Roco. Yeah, I have this game sealed. Never played it. Don't even know what it's about. I got one of those stupid little fucking gift crates where it's like, oh, we'll send you a bunch of random retro games. And they're all fucking good. Like, they're all cheap, common stuff. Like, obviously they have stacks and stacks of just crap they send out. And this is one of the games. So, Monster Hunter Freedom. This is the very first Monster Hunter game I played. I have this copy sealed. I really fell in love with Monster Hunter World, so I've kind of been doing this weird thing of collecting Monster Hunter games. This is the first one I played way back. It was a long time ago. And I remember being really excited to play it. And then me and my friend playing it and like being really confused because we're just like dying fast and we didn't get it because we assumed it was going to be like a hack and slash game. And it was not. And we kind of thought the game was garbage and we put it down, but it was only because we didn't understand that kind of game. Like, we didn't get it at the time. Obviously, I love Monster Hunter now, but at that time, I didn't get it. Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. This one is also sealed. I think this one might also be like a pre-sealed as well. Monster Hunter Freedom 2. This one's like a PSP Classics edition. Also sealed. I don't know, I kept finding Monster Hunter games sealed. I've never played this one, so I don't know if I ever will, because I love World like so much that going to any other Monster Hunter to me kind of feels like a step down. I don't mean that to like throw shade at it, that's just how I feel. Phantasy Star Portable. So I never played Phantasy Star Online when it came out on like Dreamcast or anything like that. I have only played like Phantasy Star games online and portable games like way after the fact. And I like Phantasy Star Portable. If I remember, it plays like online, and I liked online even with its like old crappy graphics. I guess they're not crappy. I like them. I don't know, I've always liked Phantasy Star Online gameplay, and I like portable as well. Star Ocean First Departure. So Star Ocean 1's my favorite Star Ocean. This was a great remake of the Super Famicom version. And it kind of used like the Second Stories like engine and kind of look to it. I really enjoyed it. It's a great game. It has my favorite Star Ocean story. Star Ocean, this was a great port to the PSP, another great Star Ocean game. It plays great. Before Second Story R came out recently, Second Evolution would be like my go-to, like to recommend, like if you're gonna play Star Ocean 2, to play the PSP version, because the PSP loads way faster than the PS1 as a Star Ocean game, so you're saving and reloading while crafting and grinding and doing that stuff. So the PSP version is great. Street Fighter Alpha 3 Max. So I love Street Fighter. The Alpha series though, like, was like a huge. I missed like the whole gap of Alpha. I've obviously played all of them now, like going back. The mechanics and the systems in it are still kind of foreign to me, like especially with like the custom combos you can do in Alpha 3 and in Alpha 2 and everything. Like it was fun just to like mess around against like the computer. I rarely played Street Fighter Alpha 3 against people, but it was a fun game, and the PSP version has so many flipping characters, it's crazy. Valhalla Knights. So I remember getting this game and really being into it. It's been so long since I played it. I kind of remember it like this, where you basically start off and you're just progressing forward through different areas and towns and stuff. And then like if you die, it's like all the way back to the start, I think. So you're basically kind of like grinding up, trying not to die. Otherwise, I think you kind of have to like start over. I really don't remember too much, but it was very roguelike before roguelike I think was like a known thing. And I know there's a second game too I'd like to play. I should definitely go back and play this one. It's been so long, and I remember really liking it. Valkyrie Profile Lenneth. This is a port of just Valkyrie Profile to the PSP. And I think they have some quality of life improvements, I'm not sure. The only Valkyrie Profile I've played and beat was the PS1 version. So, probably if I ever have a hankering to play Valkyrie Profile again, I'll probably definitely play the PSP one. E6, Ark of Napishtim. I'm sure it's another Napishtim. E6 is what I was referring to. I beat this last year on Steam. I beat the Steam version. I thought it was a fun game. I love the games. I love the action and how you can. Most of them are like really short, except for kind of the recent ones. But a lot of the older ones are just short, and the action was fun, and like grinding wasn't too bad, and they look great, and the music, I mean, Telecom music is like fucking amazing. But I really like these six of those. And last but not least, here's my PSP. It's a 1001 series. It still works, but the nub, the down left, does not like work anymore. So if I play like Street Fighter or Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo on this, I can't block basically if I'm on the left side. Love the PSP. Definitely one of my favorite handhelds. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this video. I have to ask, what are some of your favorite PSP games in your collection? Do you have a big collection? Do you have a small collection? Have you played the PSP? Feel free to share your thoughts, and thank you for watching.
You already know who it is, AKQ, Acapella Beats. Let's get this started.
At the beginning of January, I made a short about the 5 RPGs I wanted to beat for my backlog this year. I'm stoked to say I finished one of them, and it was Saga Frontier. Now I was going to play the PS1 version, but then remembered that this game had got a remaster, so I got it on Steam. My experience with the Saga games is very little. The only games I've played from the series are the Final Fantasy Legend games on the game. I always liked Final Fantasy Legend 2 the most, and remember it pretty fondly. Even as a kid, I enjoyed the oddness of it, though to this day, I still hate the fact that the weapons and magic had a set limit of uses on them. So going into Frontier, I knew there were different races, there's robots and monsters, and I had a general idea of how they operate and their strengths and weaknesses. Outside of that,
How is
everything was
everyone?
new to me. So let's take a look at Saga Frontier Remastered and see what it's all about. First, I want to talk about the combat mechanics, leveling, and equipment of the game, as each race has different ways of being used. Characters can equip various armors, and their various effects are same as any other RPG, so it's normal there. But the non-monster characters can also equip more than one weapon. For example, a character can be equipped with a gun and a sword. Also, when it comes to equipment, you want to have a good idea of what kind of build you want, as the weapon slots also share the same space as items you can use in combat, like potions. So you don't want to stack on all weapons just in case you need to heal an ally. Weapons are pretty standard, except for the heavy arms, which have ammo, meaning you can only use attacks from that heavy arm equal to the amount of ammo it has. Thankfully, it's not like Final Fantasy Legend 2, where the weapons disappear after max use. The only thing I found annoying was that some characters that you recruit have certain equipment that you can't swap out, so they're just stuck with them. Other than that, I think the equipment system is fine. Okay, equipment is set, so it's time to battle. Each character selects their action before a combat round begins. Once all selections are done, actions are carried out by both the party and the enemies based on speed. If you don't eliminate the enemy, a new round starts, so on and so forth. It's pretty straightforward, but there is a little fun twist. Your characters can perform combo attacks if they are using skills. These combos can range from just 2 party members, all the way up to the entire party doing a combo skill. Now, to pull off these combos, it gets complex if you decide to go online and research it. I don't even want to try and explain the formula for it, but it involves knowing how your turn order will go and having each character do a specific skill one right after the other. The easiest way I did it was to just pay attention to the turn order. If those skills form combos, just remember it and plan my moves accordingly. If this is too difficult, the game does keep track of the combos you use. And as I continue through this video, you'll discover there are a lot of formulas behind the mechanics in this game, but I'll be blunt, I didn't need to know them in order to beat everything, so don't even worry about them. Leveling up in Saga Frontier is different as well. Instead of gaining enough experience to gain a level, you increase your stats based on another formula that takes the character's race into consideration. Once again, something that seems really complex, but I'll say this. If you want to build stats, just keep fighting enemies just like in any other RPG. There is another mechanic, apparently these are throughout the Saga games. It's called Battle Rank, where the more you fight, the more difficult enemies will start to spawn. Just think of it as the monsters leveling up with you. I like this because it keeps everything balanced and prevents you from just curb stomping everything in your path. Though, as you get more experience with the game, it does get way easier to just wipe out monsters. As you can tell, there is so much under the surface of this game, but through my experience, none of it was necessary to me. Now, I don't know if this is different in the PS1 version, like if maybe something in the remaster's formulas got buffed to make it easier or anything like that. If someone does know, please inform me. But I really enjoyed the combat in the game. I found it had a good challenge level for boss fights, and I loved looking at all the animations. My favorite part was unlocking the GSC skill and watching the enemies get tossed around Street Fighter Zangief style. Sabin may have suplexed the train, but he didn't do a flying 360 pile driver. And the remaster has the ability to increase the game speed, so once you know how to decimate everything, speeding up combat really helped the game move along. Is it the best turn-based combat style? No, but it's different, so it kept me engaged. Now I want to talk about the story of the game, or I should say the stories of the game. Unlike most RPGs, Saga Frontier doesn't have one full story. Instead, it has multiple stories. The original game had 7 stories to select from, but the remaster offers 8. Now, y'all know that I tend to gravitate towards games that break the norm of the genre, so seeing a setup like this got me pretty excited, which is a big reason why I love games like Live Live and Octopath Traveler. I'm going to quickly explain each story and share some thoughts, one character at a time, but don't worry, I won't spoil anything. I started the game with T-260G, a robot that has been damaged and lost its memory. It's found in the town of Junk by a kid T-260 calls Captain Time. You meet a weapon-wielding boozer named Gen, and you go on a journey to find T-260's reason for existence. To be honest, this is one of the game's more linear stories, and I found it was a good one to start with because of that. The game offers a story tracker, so you don't really the T-260's objectives were very straightforward and didn't really have you exploring the entire world. I discovered that robots' equipment in the game is much different than others, as you have the entire equipment screen free to equip anything. And robots don't level like, say, a human does, they're all equipment-based. After clearing T-260's story, I found a delightful new feature in the remaster, New Game Plus, which is, we all know, allows you to carry over things like stats, items, and equipment from your previously cleared file. The game allows you to get really specific with it, allowing you to select what you exactly want to carry over. And yes, you keep this New Game Plus rolling through all the stories, which is awesome, and I totally use this feature, because without it, it probably would have taken me twice the amount of time to clear all the stories. The next character I chose was Acellus, a half-human, half-mystic that was saved from death by the King of the Mystics, or Leech. Through this story, Acellus tries to adapt her new powers while trying to escape the clutches of Orluge and reclaim a life of her own. Her story and how she traverses through the world is much different than T260. Whereas the Robots was linear, Acellus' story requires you to just explore until you're attacked by bosses.
Nice to meet you.
Go wherever you want.
I'm Matuska.
Luckily for me, this is the perfect story to play second, because I got to see almost every location the game had to offer. I also discovered that the town of Scrap is where you can recruit loot, which previously showed having the DSC skill earlier, and was a huge help with big fights. And yeah, I made sure I got loot in every single playthrough and abused DSC the whole time. Acellus' story is kind of bittersweet and definitely scratches that vampire gothic itch. It was more intense than T260's story, but not as enjoyable for me. Next up is Emilia, a former supermodel that is framed for the murder of her fiancé by a criminal named Joker. She's broken out of prison by a gang of vigilantes that are basically guns for hire. You then go on assignments given by Rufus and are accompanied by Liza and Annie. Emilia must complete her missions in an attempt to find and stop Joker. This was the most entertaining story in my opinion, and it really reminded me of something. 3 women given super spy assignments by a male handler. Oh my god. It's fucking
Here
Charlie's
are 5
Angels.
sofas and
Like,
sectionals
no
to
joke.
elevate your
It's
living
Charlie's
space. Oh, and by the
fucking
way,
Angels.
all of these that I'm going to
A
show
cool
you
feature
are
in
on sale
Emilia's
right
story
now
is she
during
actually gets
Slumberland's
different
Spring
skins to
Home
wear.
Sale.
My
McCormick
favorite is Pink
is a
Tiger, or
stunner.
Lucha
Need a
Libre
reclining
persona.
sofa? Step up to
This
the
story
dash.
was fun
You need
and
to
my
feel the
most
Parkland
favorite.
sofa.
I
This
moved
wood
on to the next
detail
character,
really
Blue,
elevates
a
the
magic
vibe. The whole
user that
linen
has to
collection
build
is
his
cozy,
strength
like
to defeat his
super
twin,
cozy.
Rouge,
This
to
is
become
the
ultimate
ultimate
mate.
sectional. I mean,
Okay,
look at all the
at this point in the game
configurations.
is where I
Plus, it's got
noticed
cup
one of the
holders,
game's
USB
biggest
charging,
weaknesses,
and this
the
fabric
dialogue
is
and
spill
writing.
and stain
I don't know
resistant.
if something
Visit your
was
local
lost in
Slumberland today and
translation
discover the
or
perfect
budget
piece
for
to elevate
writing
your
was
home.
very small, but
Cup
Saga
holders.
Frontier has a very old school way of providing their story through text. I mean, like almost NES levels of story. There is no grand exposition of why a character needs to do something. For example, Blue has to find a set of 4 cards. It's just find 4 cards, beat Rouge, that's it. Then how he tries to get the info on the cards is tell me where to find the Grail card. No conversation warm-up, no, hi, how are you? No, excuse me, I have a question, just tell me. The dialogue in the entire game is like this. Characters don't speak like people, they speak in the most basic terms. So much context is missing through everything you do that it makes it really hard to care about important events that are happening. And when you think you may get something more, the game just quick cuts on like everything is normal and nothing happened. This is probably my harshest criticism of the game. It's just not that interesting to interact with almost any character, which makes it hard to get attached to anybody from a story and character development standpoint. I really didn't care about any character outside their skill set in combat. Blue's story is very straightforward, but has really weird parts in it. Like the world selection screen when you first leave the Magic Kingdom, which is the town he starts in. Why does it look like this? It doesn't look like that for anyone else in the game. And then the end of a story even has credits? I don't know what's going on here. After Blue, I selected Riki. A monster has to find rings throughout the world to save his home. So this was my least favorite story. I hate having to use monsters in the party. They have a cool mechanic of eating enemies after battle to gain new skills and change form, but I can never figure out exactly how it worked optimally. All I did was absorb a bunch of monsters to get skills, then kept the form of the monster with the highest HP I could find. And the monsters can only equip 4 accessories, and that's it. Luckily, New Game Plus just let me breeze through Riki's story, but it did have a good twist for the final boss fight. I went on to Fuse's story, who is a detective working for IRPO as he's trying to solve the case of Acellus. Oh, I guess I should mention that some other main characters will spill over into each other's stories, but their spillover doesn't really coincide with each other. It's kind of a jumbled mess. Now, picking Fuse's story at this point was actually a mistake. He's meant to be played last, as there's an option to fight against all the other final bosses to get a different ending. I didn't know this, so I zoomed through Fuse's story extremely quickly. Fuse is the closest I got to a character I thought was pretty cool outside of Amelia, but I think it's only because I liked his detective gimmick. Okay, I finally made my way to Lute's story, who has just been a straight up muscle for me throughout the whole game. His story is basically his mom is sick of him being a lazy fuck, so she kicks him out and he decides to travel, but gets swooped up into a conspiracy involving his father. Of course, this is all laid out very blandly, which is in accordance with the game's storytelling. Lute's story was fast and uninteresting, but hey, more DSC, baby, yeah! We reached the final character in my playthrough, Red, a young engineer whose family was assassinated by an organization called Black X, who was then given superpowers like he's fucking Kamen Rider or something. Red travels the world trying to get vengeance on those that killed his family. Red's playthrough is a good one and has some of my favorite in-game scenes, like the one at the beginning where he's driving with his dad. All the superhero stuff is fun, and I really like how he explains why Red all of a sudden disappears during fights. It's just really funny. I thought this story actually had the potential to be the best, but due to the usual quick cuts and bad storytelling, it loses so much that even the power of Allkaiser can't help. I would say at the end of my time with Saga Frontier that I enjoyed it and liked the game, but mainly because I really had fun with the combat system, and because the New Game Plus feature helped me get through. I think the game looks
How are
okay
you doing
visually.
today?
I'm not the biggest fan of kind of a claymation-looking graphic style, but the artwork for the game is just
This is how we're
absolutely
gonna do it right now.
fantastic. I love
Let's
going
get
through
started.
and looking at all these amazing illustrations. In fact, I would definitely say that the art is better than the game. I definitely wouldn't say I'm a Saga fan yet, but I'm going to keep playing them, and I definitely want to play Saga Frontier 2 sometime in the future. I just really hope that other Saga games have way better storytelling than this game did, because I feel like if it had it, Saga Frontier, at least this first one, would have been fantastic. Have you played Saga Frontier Remastered? What are your thoughts on the game? Feel free to share them. Thank you for watching.
Want to become a certified project manager but aren't sure about the skills you need? The PMP certification prep course on Udemy is just the thing. Learn the basics of project management and get yourself ready for the PMP certification exam. With anytime access on mobile or desktop, you can plan your learning around your life. So grab this course and learn on.
Granblue Fantasy Relink came out earlier this month, a game a lot of us have waited a really long time to play. This game was one of my most anticipated titles for this year, and I was anxious to see if it lived up to my excitement for it. I got a taste of it in the demo, which increased my eagerness to play it. I'm going through the post-game right now, but this review will focus on my experiences through the main story. So let's just get into it and answer the biggest question for Relink. Is this game worth the 8 billion years we've waited to play it, or not? The story of Relink involves the captain of the Grand Cipher, which is your choice between Gran or Digita. The captain and their crew are making their way towards Zega Grande Skydom, where they are attacked by monsters. The captain and a girl named Lyria summons Bahamut to help fight off their foes when they seem to lose control of their summoned beast. Unknown to what caused Bahamut's outburst, the crew head to the town of Folka, where they meet a man named Roland, who is the town's local handyman and problem fixer. They are interrupted by a villager stating that there's trouble and the cause is a primal beast. The crew offers to help Roland and head to the mining village of 10th Heel that is overrun by goblins. The townspeople are saved, and the crew continue to investigate the rampage of a primal beast that caused such a stir, wondering if it is linked with their earlier incident with Bahamut. The crew heads to the location of the primal beast, Furykin, in an attempt to quell its savage behavior. When after a victory, the party is subdued by the Pilgrims of Avia, led by the woman Lilith, and then Lyria is kidnapped. The captain and his allies must get Lyria back while unfolding the mysteries of Zega Grande Skydom and its primal beasts. So what I know of Granblue is that it was a mobile game and a fighting game. I played the fighting game, which I found to be fun, but didn't really grab me. But I liked the character designs and the way the game looked. I feel it's important to bring this up because the character relationships in Relink and the events that happen before the game are very vague. The game brings up vocabulary and information as if the player is supposed to already know about it, and I'm just gonna say, I really hate it when games do this. Let's say you want to know what the fuck everyone is talking about half the damn time. Like, what's a primal beast? Well, to make things even worse, the game provides this information in the form of codex. Ugh, look, I'm not opposed to reading, but I really don't want to have to read through all of this just to get a slightly better than basic understanding of what is going on. I mean, this is some Final Fantasy XIII garbage. I don't want to scroll through glossary terms to better understand what's going on around me. The game should be doing that through its storytelling. But there's more. Let's say you want to learn more about someone on the crew. There are side quests offered called Fate episodes, which, geez, walls of text in front of a still image. I mean, come on. If a game isn't willing to explain through in-game character interactions, cutscenes, or maybe even an opening recap before you play the game, then I'm left to assume the devs don't really find it that important, which in turn makes me not find it very important. This then resulted in me not caring at all about the story of Relink, and not caring about the characters either. Outside of their abilities and roles in combat, that's all I really cared about. I'm not saying every single game needs to have the best story ever, but this didn't even feel like the writers tried. I just ignored the glossary and mashed through the Fate episodes. I just did not give a shit. It's as if the story of the game was made just for diehard Granblue fans that already knew everything leading up to Relink. I view the way the story is told as a missed opportunity to swoop up potential new fans to the series. Let's move on to the meat of the game, the gameplay. Each character has their own method of attacking, mainly using light and heavy attacks to perform combos. Almost every character is accompanied by their own unique bar to build. For example, the more you attack, the stronger Gran's skills will be when you use them. Or with Fairy, she gains up to 3 ghost animals to assist the more you execute. Some characters have different strategies, but I found that most characters kind of play the same. And I'm not saying that's a bad thing. I enjoy the combat in this game. It's easy, it's flashy, and I find it satisfying. You have attack skills, buffs and debuff skills, healing, and super attacks. All of this revolves around the Link system. The Link system is a bar that is built, and once it reaches 100%, you can unleash a Link attack, which is a quick, powerful attack. If all the characters have a full Link gauge, it can then cause a temporary slowdown, so you can lay down more damage while the enemy is helpless. The game just feels like an arcade game to me. There are characters that you can just mash one button with and be fine. It's not complicated, and I find it fun, though I could totally understand if people get bored with it, as I'm sure it will get too repetitive for some. Fairy was my favorite character from Granblue Fantasy Versus, so I play with her a lot, and I dig her playstyle of long-range combat and mixing in her defense down and slowdown skills. Then there's Rosetta, who plays the most different in my opinion versus everyone else. While all the other characters are hacking and slashing, she needs to grow plants on the battlefield that raise in level the more she attacks. The strat of summoning them at the right time and mixing in the correct skills was really fun for me. I honestly wish more of the cast was diverse combat-wise, but it didn't ruin the fun of combat for me. And leveling up is very simple. Completing quests and gaining experience provide you with a pool of master points, which are shared between all the characters. Open the desired tree and just unlock them. I neither dislike or like this, as I more understand why it's set up this way. Since the game loop is a focus on grinding missions over and over again, it makes sense to me that there's a pool of points for everybody to upgrade all their skills and stats. Moving on to how you quest in Relink, it's divided between main story quests and the quest counter. The main story quests put you in a long stage with secrets, objectives, sub-bosses, final stage bosses, everything like that. The quest counter throws you into arena style quests, which is basically just murder everything on the screen. At the end of these quests, you acquire a point total and a rank to determine the loot you receive, which in turn can be used to upgrade weapons, forge new weapons, so on and so forth. There are also side quests that you can get while running around town and talking to the villagers, which are usually either bring X amount of items or kill X amount of specific monsters. And not to go off on a wild tangent here, but I really don't like that the towns in this game don't have a mini-map. You only have a compass at the top of the screen to kind of locate where all these new side quests are. Eventually you do unlock a fast travel, but a mini-map would have been great to just see where everybody who has a quest is at, instead of having to mindlessly try to use this compass to find it. I found it very annoying. I enjoyed the arena type quests, but I have to admit, I was disappointed that the majority of the quests are just that. There's some quests that have you travel through parts of the story mission maps, but they don't offer anything new. I would have loved it if the game included quests that allow you to revisit the main story maps and complete objectives and find new secrets. But sadly, those maps are limited to the main story. You can replay all the main story quests once the game is completed, but it's just the same stuff you already discovered. And I don't even want to talk about these sand surfing quests, this just reminds me of Superman 64 or some shit. There is an awesome feature the quests have. At the end, you can select to put the quest on repeat and just grind away, instead of having to back out, reselect it, and go back in. Definitely an awesome and welcome convenience that I really liked. Finally, I want to talk about how absolutely gorgeous this game is. Like, holy shit. The dev knocked it out of the park in the graphics department. Backdrops look like hand paintings. Characters and enemies look detailed and impressive. All the effects on screen during combat make me grow a big, wet, rubbery one. This is a game that is just peak eye candy. Honestly, it's worth playing the game just to look at it. The game definitely looks better than what it is. And I don't mean that as the game is bad, but the game just looks that damn good. To answer the question posed at the beginning of this video, was this game worth the long wait? I have to say no. I don't think this is a bad game at all. I'm still playing through all the post-game content, and I'm going to continue doing so. But its complete fumble storytelling, pages of codex to read, and extremely simple combat and gameplay, it doesn't really make it stand out versus any other action RPG. Except for how it looks. For fuck's sake, I can't get over how amazing Relink looks. But all criticisms aside, I'm having fun playing it, and I'm enjoying being dazzled by everything. And in the end, if you're having fun, that's all that really matters. During post-game, Relink has turned into a podcast game for me, so I grind through while watching stuff on my other monitor. And once again, I really do love the arcade feel of the game. Have you played Granblue Fantasy Relink? What are your thoughts on the game? Feel free to share them. Thank you for watching.
When your severe asthma says you can't, Tezspire says you can. Tezspire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that helps you prevent attacks and relieve asthma symptoms. Tezspire is not a rescue medication. Serious allergic reactions may occur. Get help for swelling of your face, mouth, tongue, trouble breathing.
Let's time travel back to when I was a kid growing up in the 90s. The two big powerhouses during the first half of the decade were Nintendo and Sega, duking it out for dominance during the Bit Wars. Our obsession with bits mixed with developers' lust for gold caused a widespread rush of console manufacturing. Seriously, in the 90s here in the United States, there were like 16 different consoles released by about 9 different developers, and that's not even counting the handheld market. Then the second half of the decade brought us the PlayStation, as Sony began their dynasty, accompanied by the Sega Dreamcast, as Sega's dynasty in the console game was coming to an end. So as I've mentioned in previous videos, I'm an old man. I've lived through and witnessed a lot in regards to gaming. Growing up in the 90s, I was a Nintendo kid, having an original Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and a Nintendo 64. I completely missed out on almost everything Sega, with the exception of playing a Genesis at a friend's house or at a game store somewhere. I did have a Game Gear, but I hated it compared to the superior Game Boy. I also have a super foggy memory of playing Panzer Dragoon at a Sega Saturn demo station, but I can't remember when, where, or how I would even come across a Sega Saturn, let alone a demo setup for it. Now that I'm an adult and a collector, there have been lots of consoles and games that I want to check out that I've never played. Most are from my youth, but some are from before I was even born. In this video, I just want to go over a handful of consoles that I'm interested in getting into and add to my collection. So let's get started with Nintendo's 90s nemesis, Sega. I have a Sega Genesis, Sega CD, and a Dreamcast. And I gotta say,
Bro, Wolverine is kicking ass.
Enjoyed the Dreamcast.
Let's go. Hey, look at him.
I've been interested in Sega's middle child CD unit.
Let's go. Look at him, look at him. Here he goes, here he goes. Going back. Ah, he got it. Captain Peachy.
I want to experience
Peachy.
firsthand and how it runs and operates. I want to check out
Let's
games
go.
like Dragon Force, Guardian Heroes, the previously mentioned
Mike.
Panzer Dragoon, and of
Got
course
him.
Panzer Dragoon Saga, which a lot of people say is amazing. Of course, I could emulate these, which I may end up doing someday.
That's not right. That's not right.
I want to hold this stuff in my hands and see it on my TV.
The way I am you know what?
Games is like this.
Good
I
thinking.
first get the
Good
console,
thinking.
Then I start looking deeper into its
Make sure
games
those people is.
library, and in doing
And make sure they
so,
know.
I find stuff I've never heard of, seek it out, acquire it, and the serotonin in my brain is increased tenfold. Is this healthy? Probably not. But I'm gonna
That's
do it
a must,
anyway.
bro.
And who knows? Maybe my desire of getting into the
man.
Saturn is more to feed my addiction to this feeling. Collecting anything is just an emotional roller coaster.
That's crazy. That fool's name on the opposite to his eyebrow. Old people. Take him out. Take him out.
Or someone to stop me from throwing money at this. I don't know.
What's
You
his
tell me.
name?
Also,
Crazy
the
dude.
Japanese Saturn commercials with Sega Toss Sanshiro.
What's up, chat? I'm spectating so I can talk. If I'm playing the game, I'm not gonna be able to talk. I don't mind if you want me to not talk. Just let me know in chat. You don't want me to talk at all. Me myself, I really don't care. I'm here for you guys. You know what I mean? I'm here for you guys. Check it out. Look at this. Look at this transition.
Next up,
This
we're
for you. This
staying
for you
in the
guys. Look at this
Sega realm
transition.
with the
This for you guys.
I've never seen this console in real life.
I only made that for you guys.
Three things I
It's
know about
fun to
this
do, but
console is the
I made it
box
so you
art
guys can have fun.
as fuck. Phantasy Star 1 is on it. And the
Here you go, let's go to
console itself
Jumbotron.
just looks badass. The screen black with the red overlay
go.
and the white and black decals. I feel like I'm looking at a Gundam model.
Why not have some
Even
fun
the
when we're
controller
streaming? You know?
looks awesome.
I'm gonna have a little bit of
Now,
fun. Let's go.
I don't know how well it functions, but it just looks cool, especially when it's compared to the fat gray NES. Like, if I knew nothing about gaming and someone put these two side by side and just asked me to pick based on appearance, I'd go Master System all the way. But yeah, I know damn near nothing about this console, nor what games are really good for it. So I'll leave it to anyone watching this video with Master System knowledge. Please educate me about this console. Leave a comment telling me what games are good, which ones suck, any cool tidbits about the system. I could just research it on the internet, but it's just fun to learn about things in gaming using my YouTube channel and chatting with random gamers. That's been one of my big thrills from doing all this. The next console on my list is one of the kind of
Nice.
oddball, or maybe I should say not so popular 90s consoles that I've wanted since I was a kid, and that's the Neo Geo. Specifically the AES model, not the CD. What made me want it is that I always loved playing on the Neo Geo arcade cabinet. It had games stocked with Metal Slug, Fatal Fury, Samurai Showdown, or any other millions of fighting games SNK pumped out back in the day. I remember seeing pictures of the console and loving the giant cartridges and that it came with an arcade stick. I even got the Neo Geo X Gold when it came out and played the shit out of it, but it's not exactly the same. This is just a want as part of my collection versus
Let's go. Let's
wanting
go.
to game on it.
Wolverine's
I just
kicking
wanted
ass
one
right
for
now.
so
Let's go.
long that my collection feels a tad
Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him. Get him.
I wouldn't
I
even
know you can
want
do
a
it.
giant library
Let's
of
go.
games for it. Just a couple games like a Metal Slug game, a few fighting games, and a game I never knew about
Let's
that is
go,
awesome.
Moon Marauders.
But much like a lot of things in this video, I'd have to be willing to
Nah, he's-
empty my bank account to get
nah, you
them,
guys are playing
which is
straight
why
up
I still
good.
don't have an actual Neo Geo. I mean, look at this.
Nah, you guys are playing. You guys are playing awesome. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Yes.
Yes.
$750 on a Neo
Yes.
Geo. The final console on my list is actually my most desired console, which was released all the way back in 1982, and that's the Vectrex. Vertical gaming console and controller all built into one. It uses vector graphics, and some games for it had a which was pretty new and interesting at the time, like Web Force. There was no color, but the games had overlays you would put over the monitor, as a type of color graphics replacement, I'm assuming. Now, why do I want this ancient device? Honestly, I just love the aesthetic and the idea of it. It looks like what early sci-fi movies saw as the future, as if this was a console.
Yeah, you guys are doing
straight out of
incredible.
Blade
You
Runner
guys are
or
doing
something.
awesome.
The vertical CRT gives me arcade vibes, and the controller has a joystick, which just adds to that.
No, like you guys are fucking it up. Like, nah, I'm not even joking. You guys are like, I'm spectating everybody, enemy and you guys. You guys are fucking the enemy up. Like, it's not even funny. They can't even keep up.
Using a Macintosh once when I was really little. To me, the Vectrex is just a symbol of its time.
Really?
A piece of history
I don't know.
I wanna own and play.
Yeah, I am.
The past of gaming is just as enjoyable for me as its future. Game collecting helps me bridge the foundation with the current evolution of gaming, and I don't think I'll ever want to stop collecting consoles and games from the past. There's so much I haven't played and experienced, and I want to sponge up as much as I can. That is, if my wallet lets me. What are some consoles that you've never played? What are some you would love to try? Feel free to share them. Thank you for watching.
Perfect. And I get all this in a license that covers all my creative needs. I tell my story.
The Game Boy. The essential device I grew up playing. I absolutely love this machine. Even though it had no backlight, had a monochrome screen, and took 4 AA batteries, it was a fantastic piece of gaming history that I hold dear. And the best part about it was that there were really good games for the system. I want to share my Game Boy collection as a video, just to give the handheld some love. In these videos, I just improv my commentary and talk about my thoughts and memories of the games, so nothing is scripted. I don't have a super large Game Boy collection, but a couple of these selections are some of my favorite games. I really hope you enjoy. Alright, starting out with Castlevania II Belmont's Revenge. I did a short before, talking about my favorite Game Boy games. This is my...
I'm down to spectate one more time. That was fun.
Great music.
Like I wanna watch you guys play. That was fun.
The only thing I don't like...
No. I want to spectate. Like I want to spectate. That was pretty dope. I'm not gonna lie. That was
just goes up so high.
like it's just there's not a lot of games that make me want to actually spectate. You know what I mean? Like it's just you know what I mean? Like name like 10 games that make you want to spectate. I'm having a good time spectating.
But Dr. Mario the Game Boy is fine. Great puzzle game. Final Fantasy Adventure. I got this.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So I'm like, I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time watching you guys play. Like no doubt.
Like NES, Game Boy era type stuff. It's fun to play.
No. I'm watching like from the PlayStation. You know? Just like scrolling between players.
It's fantastic. I love
it's dope.
Final Fantasy Adventure. Final Fantasy Legend 2.
It's dope, bro. You guys are messing it up over there, bro. Like you guys won, right? Like that was a victory, right?
Romancing Saga games. I don't know. 2 just stuck out to me because I like the world and everything.
Nah, it says victory MVP, yo.
I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Boring, but
I could be. You imagine?
Playing the shit out of it.
You
I honestly
imagine?
don't
Nah.
remember if I beat it. I remember fighting the last boss, which, if I remember correctly, is Apollo. But I don't remember ever actually beating him. But it's a fun game. I liked it. Alright, we got Frogger.
Let me make sure,
It's actually a
you know,
Game
you
Boy
never know.
Color game. I mean, it's Frogger.
Nah, I'm
I'd rather
joking.
play it like in the actual arcade cabinet, but I don't remember where I got this from. I want to say I got it for free. I don't know. It's Frogger. So Game & Watch Gallery, I got this in a custom case. Don't even remember where I got this. Remember. I would definitely prefer the actual handheld
Let's
Game
go.
Watch games.
Let's go.
I don't
Let's
have any of
go.
them. I played one once. I would love them. I would love to collect them. Like, I think they're really cool.
How's everybody doing
But, I mean, as
tonight?
for a collection,
I hope
they're
everybody's
Game &
doing
Watch
okay.
games.
We're just
They're
having a
nothing
good
too
time.
spectacular.
Just
But I
having
do
fun.
think it's cool that
Let's
they had a
go.
collection on the Game Boy. That's pretty awesome. Kirby's Dream Land. So I am not a big Kirby guy. I don't play Kirby. I think Kirby's Dream Land on Game Boy, and maybe like I think was there a Kirby's Pinball game? I want to say there was. I think those are the only 2 Kirby games I played. I just like they're fun, side-scrolling, like platformer, but like I don't know, it never like gripped me. But I always thought Kirby's Dream Land Game Boy was really good. I had a fun time with it. All right, Legend of Zelda: Link's Awakening DX. So this is another Game Boy Color game. Hot take. I don't like this game at all. I mean, I think the combat's fine. I don't like the whole side quest of like trading the items. Like, I don't like it. I also don't like the way like the Link sprite looks. I don't know. I've never liked the way it looked. Like, I always preferred like the NES Link.
Later on, Mike, could you explain that to me? Because that's beyond my understanding.
I don't know.
I want to know what you
I never
mean.
really liked it, and for some
I want to
reason,
know what you mean.
like, you know, you have the feather that jumps gaps in this game. I never liked that item. I don't know. This game, this game just always rubbed me the wrong way. I mean, I played a lot when I was a kid, probably just because like it's Zelda, and you'd get like one game every like 4 to 6 months. So
That's spectating you.
Might as well play the shit out of it. So, but I never really liked Link's Awakening.
It's the sexiest of the
Mega
mics.
Man,
I got
Dr.
you.
Wily's Revenge. Okay, so when I was a kid, I only had Mega Man 2 on Game Boy, and I actually liked it. It was pretty good. Mega Man 1 on Game Boy is hard as fuck. Like this game is really fucking challenging, and it's really weird to me because I want to say I played all the Mega Man Game Boy games 1 through 5, and I want to say that all the odd ones were like really fucking hard, but the even ones were actually really good. I don't know if I'm remembering that correctly, but Mega Man 1 on the Game Boy, just hard as fuck. Metroid 2, Return of Samus. This is definitely one of my favorite Metroid games. This game scared the shit out of me as a little kid. Because of the monochrome screen and then the graphics, everything was very dark and spooky and creepy ass music. I remember like when you approach like one of the Metroids you'd fight, it would just be like really intense as a kid for me. I also thought it was really cool, like, because you can get like the little spider ball and you can grip on walls.
Got him.
If you go too high in certain areas, you start hitting acid.
Nice, Peachy. Peachy's fucking shit up right now.
Like
Let's go.
Corrosive atmosphere.
Damn, that's the down zone, Lorenzo.
Pokemon Gold. So I used to like Pokemon, like around when it came out. I think I was like a young teenager when this came out, and I played Pokemon Red, and I thought it was great. And then I played Blue, and I was like, all right, this is cool. And then I played Yellow. I was like, all right, this is just the same shit. And then like my interest in Pokemon like immediately like evacuated. I don't even remember where I got this gold version from, to be honest. I know I've had it forever. I know I've never played it. I'm just not a Pokemon dude nowadays.
Damn.
Like, they're just too similar.
Nice.
The games are just too similar for me. Super Mario Land.
Damn, Emma
one of the
Frost.
Game Boy launch titles. Fantastic game. One thing you can always count on from Nintendo back in the day.
Bro, Emma Frost up in there fucking it up.
Games are
Let's go.
fucking amazing. And they're just straight up bangers, and the Game Boy was no exception. Super Mario Land 1 had a bit of everything. Had like the classic Mario platforming. I also had some side-scrolling shmups. They even had like secrets in it. It's a great game. Which then led to Super Mario Land 2, 6 Golden Coins, which has like better graphics than the first Mario Land. And this game's super fun. I love playing this game. The first time I played it, I remember I borrowed it from like a kid on the bus, and I just played the shit out of it and beat it, and I love it. It looks great. I like the powers in it. It's just so fun to play. The Super Mario Land games are amazing. Tetris, which was the game that came with the Game Boy, probably my favorite puzzle game of all time. You know, has been ported to every single system you could think of. You know, when everybody's like, oh, is there a thing? Like,
yo, Peachy, that was crazy how you
like,
fought like that.
Doom?
That was wild.
Play Tetris because it will.
Good shit.
I love Tetris. It's so fun. It's still fun to me this day. And my preferred version is the Game Boy version. Tetris is just so fucking fun, which will then lead into Tetris Plus here. I really
go for it.
Classic Tetris.
That sounds good.
I don't like anything that's like different or tries to do different stuff with it. Not that it's bad, but like if it's not classic Tetris, I don't care. So anything outside of classic Tetris, like it's to me. But you know, I also have Tetris Plus. I have no fucking clue where I got this. I don't even remember. And then finally, we'll talk about this. The OG Game Boy. This thing still works. It's fucking amazing. I know, like I said before, I don't have a big Game Boy collection, but I just wanted to show some love for this. I love the Game Boy. It has some great games. And then when you add in like the Super Game Boy that you could put on your Super Nintendo, I mean, that made games even better. Like, I would definitely probably say my preferred way to play Game Boy games on Super Nintendo. But the OG Game Boy handheld, oh, this thing will always be a legend in my book. I hope you guys enjoyed watching this video. Did you guys have a Game Boy growing up? Do you have one now? Do you collect for it? Let me know in the comments down below. Thank you for watching.
This is the fastest way to create t-shirt designs that sell. When it comes to creating designs for your t-shirt or apparel store, it can be hard to start from scratch. And that's why tons of store owners, just like myself, use Kittl. Because there are thousands of templates in every popular niche that you can think of. And maybe you don't know what niche to dive into and you have a brand, there's some amazing designs for that as well. It's very user-friendly, so even if you have no experience, you can do it too. So check it out, there's multiple niches going on. We got cars, we got horses, we got rodeo, we even got fitness and CrossFit. And this is what I'm talking about. This design right here, it's not necessarily in a niche, but it's a really dope design if you have a brand. So let's say you own a gym and you want to start launching some apparel. You can click on this one right here. It's crazy because a lot of people don't even know how to create this curved text. I'm just going to double click on it. I'm going to type in Mr. Riches. As soon as I exit out, it's going to curve it for me. I'm gonna put CrossFit right here. Check it out. Now I have Mr. Riches CrossFit Center, and it's really easy to change these emblems as well. As you can see, I'm just moving it around. I'm actually gonna hop into the AI system where it has vector art. I'm gonna click on that, and I'm gonna type in a Fit Rich Warrior logo. We're gonna see what it comes up with, and check that out. And since I use AI, I know nobody else is gonna have this logo. I'm gonna go ahead and center that. Boom, check it out. We got our new logo for our CrossFit gym. Now I'm gonna mock it up. Check it out. Now we got a mock-up. We can list
Rockets
it up
like
on
all the way up in the
Shopify or
back.
Etsy store, wherever you're selling it, it's ready to go. Kiddo has completely changed the game for apparel design, so click the link and try it out for free today.
Here are 5 sofas and sectionals to elevate your living space. Oh, and by the way,
That's wild,
all
huh?
of these that I'm going to show you are on sale right now during Slumberland's spring home sale. The Cormac is a stunner. Need a reclining sofa? Step up to the
Let's
dash.
go.
You need to feel the Parkland sofa. This wood detail really elevates the vibe. The whole Linden collection is cozy, like super cozy. This is the ultimate sectional. I mean, look at all the configurations. Plus, it's got cup holders, USB charging, and this fabric is spill and stain resistant. Visit your local Slumberland today and discover the perfect piece to elevate your home. Cup holders.
If you're a regular of the channel, you know I love me some arcade games. Going to the arcade is still one of my favorite things to do and was a great part of my childhood. But just like with anything in gaming, there are so many arcade titles that I missed out on, and nowadays, it's damn near impossible to find an actual arcade, let alone the arcade cabinets for the games. Which is why I and many other gamers resort to completely legal means to play arcade games.
Busta Cow's just
One of the
fucking
best
up Hulk
devs in
right now.
arcade gaming to me was Capcom. Not only do they make a selection of the best fighting games ever, but they also had great beat-em-up bangers like Final Fight.
Busta Cow
The
just took out
Punisher,
Hulk like nothing.
Alien vs Predator.
Let's go.
I mean, the list goes on
Boom.
forever. Capcom just straight
Get out of
dominated
here.
the
Down.
arcade,
I knew
and
it.
we're more than happy to dump our
Nice.
quarters into their machines. With so many Capcom titles, there are numerous I never got to play.
Let's
but
go.
one in particular has always
Oh,
been in the
let's
back
go.
of my
Let's go.
mind.
Revive.
Cannon Spike.
Revive
I first
versus
learned about
Busta
this
Cow.
game years ago in my younger days thanks to the internet. The title itself is the name of one of Cammy's moves.
Let's go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
She's in the game.
Ah.
And look, so is Charlie from Street Fighter: The Legend of Chun-Li.
No Johnson. Oh, Johnson's down.
Just kidding.
Oh,
I know
down.
it's Nash.
Sexy Mike.
But
Can
why
he
are they
do it?
holding guns?
Can
I
Mike
remember Cammy fighting against Ryu and mowing
make
him
it
down with a
happen?
machine gun. Yo, and is that supposed to be Arthur from Ghosts and
All right.
Goblins?
I don't
We
know
got
how
some
many went down, but a
unpacking
few.
to
I
do,
think a
so
double.
Let's dive into Cannon
Let's go.
Spike and check it out. In 20XX AD, a troubled world economy caused a surge of mass terrorism, with warfare spreading to every city.
Nice double,
People
nice
live
double.
in constant fear. To combat the terrorist robot soldiers, the World Union for Peace organized a special force equipped with motor boots for ultimate mobility. Alright, so basically the world is being attacked by mechs, so Nash and Cammy gotta stop them by strapping on some motor boots and blasting the fools that Kingdom Come. Yeah, you play as an elite task force on rollerblades. What's next? Snake battling against Metal Gear on a skateboard? Oh god damn it. So outside that opening demo screen, that's all we get for a story. But that's fine. No one cares about a story with a game like this. And a quickly tangent about the rollerblades. Back in the 90s, rollerblading was probably at its highest popularity. It was injected into commercials, TV shows, and movies. It was everywhere. Used as a means to appeal to the youth and appear cool and rad. So it actually makes sense that a dev would try to shoehorn it into a video game at this time. Our cast of characters outside of Nash and Cammy are Arthur, and yes, that Arthur from the aforementioned Ghosts and Goblins, Shiba, who according to the Wikipedia page, is based on Siva from a previous Capcom arcade game called Three Wonders, and it looks like he passed on the rollerblades to use a hoverboard, and Simone, who is based off of the Alien vs Predator arcade game. There are also two hidden characters, Mega Man and BB Hood, BB Hood being from the Darkstalkers series, though these two could only be unlocked if whomever owned the cabinet entered in the maintenance code to make them playable. So not only is this a Capcom game, but it's a crossover game with other Capcom titles, which is awesome. Capcom is famous for arguably the best crossover game, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, and are known to pull in characters from a lot of their titles, even the obscure ones. Cannon Spike's gameplay is really easy and simple, like most beat-em-ups are. It uses a 3-button system. 1 button to fire your gun, 1 button for melee, and the third to lock onto a target. The gun button is obviously your long-range attack. You just hold the button down and fire away. I really hated arcade games that made you have to mash the button to fire, so kudos to Capcom for sparing my fingers. The melee attack can be hit in succession to do a short combo, and the lock-on button is best used to shoot a foe while moving around and dodging obstacles. The lock-on is also on a timer, so you can't indefinitely stay targeted. Each character also has a unique special melee attack by pressing the melee and target buttons at the same time. For example, Cammy has her Cannon Spike and Nash has his Flash Kick. And everybody has a special gun move by using the gun and melee buttons together. There are gems that you can pick up that allows the characters to perform a super move by hitting all 3 buttons together. Some are focus attacks, while others can be screen clearing. I found the gameplay to take just a few minutes to get used to, as you play at almost a top-down perspective. So rotating and targeting felt a little weird at first, but once you get the hang of it, it's really a lot of fun. The movements are fluid and the hit detection is spot on. I was just happy and smiling playing this game. Even on the tougher stages or boss fights, it just felt good to play and wasn't complicated at all. But I will say you will soon discover how powerful melee is in this game. Like, compared to the guns, melee does so much more damage that at times I just mashed it out to get the dub. The game is actually 2 genres in one when you think about it. They're all the beat-em-up aspects, but at the same time, it's kind of a shmup game as well, with even some bullet hell segments thrown in, mainly during boss fights. And the boss fights are definitely the most fun and challenging parts, as they should be, usually putting you up against giant mechs. Now the stages are a different story, as in most beat-em-ups, you have a long stretch that you fight across. But in this game, each stage is basically just one medium-sized area, like a giant arena you fight in. Most of them are pretty bland and standard urban environments, except for one random-ass foggy gothic setting, where you battle against bats, zombies, some 4-armed green mutant, and are those supposed to be the dogs from Resident Evil? Is this supposed to be a nod to Resident Evil? All capped off with a fight against a giant zombie gorilla. A giant zombie gorilla named Bio Gorilla Bloody. A giant zombie gorilla named Bio Gorilla Bloody that shoots cockroaches out of its mouth.
The hell is that?
Cannon Spike is 10 stages long and is actually really short. Like, you could beat this game in a half an hour. I feel like I have to bring this up because if you end up playing it, it'll most likely be what I did and played it via Fight Cave. So there's no running out of quarters or worrying about dying, which curbs the actual experience versus if you were to play it on an actual arcade cabinet. I also want to bring up how awesome the art is for the game. The artist, Kino Nishimura, has done art for a lot of Capcom games, including Street Fighter 3, which is where I recognize her style from while checking out the character select screen. I love her use of color for the textures, and any artist that uses bolder and thicker line styles is just aces in my book. Her work is just so dope to look at. Cannon Spike is a fun experience I highly suggest, as it's just a quick injection of mindless fun. As I said before, you can play it on Fightcade, and the game is co-op up to 2 players, so you can also jam on it with a friend. This game did have a console port to the Dreamcast in 2000, but unless you got a few $100s to burn, I'd suggest the Fightcade route. Have you played Cannon Spike? Know of any arcade games that I should check out? Feel free to share your thoughts and suggestions. Thank you for watching. Just like any media, video games come in all kinds of forms, ideas, and inspirations. We gamers will even break them down into specific subgenres based on many things, like greatest of all time, cult classics, brutally hard, or just whatever we decide. Gaming just brings us more and more variety as time goes on, and during this process, there has been the random, odd, and weird game that has come out. Some games are weird based on the gameplay concept, some on the convoluted plot and writing, and some based on just a strange idea. Then there are the games that seem to focus on plain goofiness. The idea of these games leads me to this vid. I played an arcade game last year that I've just been waiting to talk about, and since I've recently been adding Fightcade back to my gaming rotation again, I felt now was a good time to talk about it. And this is a spoiler warning. In order to fully portray the zaniness of this video's game, I'm gonna have to show some spoilers. So no more foreplay, let's dive into a game called Asian Dynamite and find out just how batshit it is. Reports have come in that several terrorist attacks have struck numerous Asian countries simultaneously. An embassy was attacked, and during the commotion, the president's daughter, who had been visiting, was apparently kidnapped. The capital city's tower building has occupied by terrorist forces. Wait, has occupied? Huh. Okay. Has occupied by terrorist forces. And a military ship transporting missiles has turned up missing. The terrorists have identified themselves as the Asian Dusk and have demanded a large ransom. In a nutshell, terrorists got missiles and the president's daughter, so you gotta lay siege to a tower, stopping any missile launches and rescue the girl. Going through a large city tower fighting against terrorists. This kind of sounds familiar. Anyway, in the intro screen we are shown what appears to be the villain, and is it me or does this look like an evil version of Doc Brown from Back to the Future Part 2? Our heroes are Bruno Dellinger, Caroline Powell, and Jennifer Genuine, which I'm sure is totally not her porn name. Now it's not told who these people are exactly, so I'm just assuming they're either cops, Interpol, or something like that. But you choose your character and get a selection of 3 missions to choose from, which are all different ways to start the game. I'll jump ahead and get this out of the way right now. The game is slightly different depending on which scenario you choose. The changes though are just some different stages and different mid-bosses, but each scenario does have its own unique ending. For an arcade game, this is a great idea. Even though the differences aren't large, having variety in an arcade game is always an awesome idea. Say this game was in an arcade you go to. You play it and beat it. Then you come back a couple weeks later and you want to play it again. It's at least going to be somewhat different. So it gives the cabinet an extra level of replay value. Now this is just a hypothetical situation, as this game sadly only came out in arcades in Japan. Okay, we got our character and mission picked, and we hop into the action. Asian Dynamite is a 3D beat 'em up with a very simple 3-button system. There's a punch button, kick button, and jump button. Punches and kicks can be comboed when hitting the buttons in succession, and you can perform jump attacks with them. There's also a throw mechanic where you can walk up to dudes and grapple, or pick them up off the ground, but I wasn't 100% sure how I was actually doing it. I'm just assuming it's like a 2D beat 'em up where you just get close and hit a button. There are weapons scattered throughout each level that can be used, kind of like in Power Stone. You got guns, swords, clubs, lots of variety, a hydrogen bomb. The levels are just one screen, not a long continuous stage like you'd see in Final Fight or Golden Axe.
Oh,
Beat all the enemies on the screen and you continue to the next level. And you know what? The look of this game, this system is really reminding me of something. Like, I feel like I've seen this game before. Anyway, on the surface, the game seems pretty simple and standard for a 3D beat 'em up, until you pick up a briefcase and things get a little nuts. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Did I just transform? Is this Power Rangers? Who is this person? Who's Zhang Shi? Why is she hopping around arms out like Frankenstein's monster? Look at these attack animations. Wait, now I'm some temple priestess named Kikuhime? And I just whipped out some bells to hit foes with? Are these boxing gloves? Or like little lions you see on Chinese New Year? Yo! Now I'm the gun kata lady? Yeah, so each character has 3 personas they can turn into that changes their attack animations. Bruno can digivolve into Skullmaster, which is basically the Punisher, King Khan, which looks like some racist-ass pro wrestler, and Blue Lee? Some Bruce Lee knockoff is in this game? Dude looks like he should be in Kung Pao Enter the Fist. Meanwhile, Jennifer Genuine morphs into Mandala, which I think is a Hindu or Buddhist reference, some dominatrix named Bloody Shears, which looks almost damn close to Voldo from Soul Calibur, and, Knights from Nights into Dreams? Nah, it's Tricky Clown, also known as Pure Nightmare Fuel. So the concept of different personas with different styles is a cool idea, but why they are what they are, I have no clue. Blue Lee comes with a small table, which totally reminds me of the dude in The Young Master. The attacks are awesome, and the animations seem to mimic the kind of choreographed style you'd see in a kung fu movie. He's definitely my favorite Bruno persona. Caroline's Gunmaster form is just dope as hell. As I said before, it's just good. She even uses them as melee weapons when you run out of ammo. And even though Tricky Clown is creepy as fuck, it is Jennifer Genuine's best form. She uses throwing cards that have infinite ammo, and for some reason they still sound like a gunshot. The control and combat in the game is simple, but the personas make it fun and funny. It can be a little annoying when you sometimes have to reposition yourself and basically turn, but aside from that, the game plays fine. And I love the persona throw animations. They are over the top and wild, which is just a joy to watch. You'll find that there isn't a large number of enemies, but a lot of them take many hits to defeat, which is a good idea to balance every whoa, hold up. What the fuck did I just see? Did you all see that? Let's see that again. Yo, I'm telling you, this chick is nightmare fuel. The throw animation is putting on some ghoulish mask and scaring the shit out of her opponents. Then she fucking laughs at them. I mean, I've never seen that before, so it's original, but still horrifying. Outside of basic combat, sometimes there are these little quick-time event mini-games between stages. In some scenarios, you have to hit the correct input, other times you gotta play rock, paper, scissors, and they can be annoying sometimes because the amount of time you get is so small you don't even know what's happening. So you just hit a button and pray it's right. Though there doesn't seem to be any consequence for being wrong, except I'm assuming maybe you get less points or lose some life, I'm not sure. And I'm telling you, I've seen something like this in another game. Holy crap, what game was it?
Welcome to the party, pal!
That's right! Fucking Die Hard the arcade game. This game is like a duplicate of Die Hard Arcade. But why? I mean, both were developed by Sega, so that's a link. But what does John McClane have to do with law enforcement fighting and cosplay? Well, I looked it up and found some interesting information on Wikipedia. So yes, Sega made the Die Hard arcade game, but they didn't have the rights to the film in Japan, so the game is called Dynamite Deca, and everything Die Hard related was taken out of the game. So a sequel to the Japanese version was made, Dynamite Deca 2, or known here in the States as Dynamite Cop. Then another sequel was made, Dynamite Deca EX Asian Dynamite, and that is how we get to the game you see before you. Playing this game, I just thought it was a Die Hard knockoff, or Sega just recycling the same combat system, which it kinda is. I didn't think it would have actual connections to Die Hard itself though. And also the fact that this technically makes it the third game in a trilogy. I mean, what a wild turn. And the game immediately gets more love from me, because it has something to do with Die Hard, because I fucking love those movies. So the tie to Die Hard was pretty surprising. The personas are a wacky idea. Let's move on to our enemy selection. You got standard goons, dudes in suits, construction workers, your basic jobbers, right? But where we see the strangeness drip in is in some of these boss battles. Each mission has a different set of mid-bosses. Some have the same boss but with the same moves, oddly, but different skins. There's Sergeant Kilgore, who looks like some overweight Australian militia dude. G. Daimon, who appears to be some big old Yakuza motherfucker. And of course, the mightiest of them all, Costume Actor, which is a giant panda bear. A giant panda bear that chucks dynamite. a giant
How's
dynamite
everyone?
chucking panda bear that does this to you.
That's got to hurt. I don't care where you're from.
What a crazy ass idea. Ain't nothing gonna be better than the giant panda. I mean, they'd have to go real big to top that. What? Is that a kraken? A goddamn kraken? And he's Kraken the second. He's a second in the line of city tower dwelling krakens that just chill out in a control room. Seriously, I just finished the last stage, ran up some stairs, boom, fucking kraken fight. And I know what you're thinking. It can't get wilder than this, right? How about the variant boss fight in the other missions, which is a giant stone statue named Cultural Heritage? That's right, you're getting your ass kicked by culture itself. I think the boss selection is just so out of left field and wonderful. It makes the game so unpredictable, you never know what's coming in the next room. When you discover a new foe, you immediately proclaim, "What the fuck?" and then laugh and smile. That's what this game does for me. It entertains the shit out of me. It makes me laugh my ass off. I'm just having nothing but fun playing it. And the weirdness does not end. The game also has fast cutscenes that go by so quick with all these sharp cuts, you can't help but just start laughing. Like, every time we see not Doc Brown here, he's always shouting with the scene ending on some weird ass facial expression. This shit cracks me up so bad. He just like zones out and is all brrrr. I'm legit playing a B action movie. It's fantastic. And when you finally fight this dude, he's randomly just a cyborg. How? Why? His name is Wolf Hongo? Do I need to play Dynamite Cop to find out what led to this? I'm just so engrossed and confused that I must know. As I said before, each mission has its own ending. After beating up evil cyborg Doc Brown, he tries to launch a missile, but is thwarted by the president's daughter, who randomly knows how to disarm what appears to be a nuclear weapon with a laptop. How does she know how to do that? How am I so in the weeds with Asian Dynamite? Oh my god, the Kraken is back! He's taking Robo Doc Brown to the moon on the missile! Where can I get the drugs the developers were on when they made this game? Asian Dynamite is nothing but back-to-back WTF moments and layers of insanity. It's so random, it's like dartboard logic. And you know what? I kind of love it. It's so entertaining and funny. And with the brilliance of Fightcade, you can also share this awesome experience with a friend and play co-op. When I first played this game, I did play it with one of my friends, and we had a blast and laughed the whole damn time. It's definitely a weird-ass acid trip worth experiencing. Have you played Asian Dynamite? What did you think of it? Know of any weird-ass games I should play? Feel free to share them. Thank you for watching.
A good video starts with a good song. Go to Artlist and get the best music for your video. Keep your creativity flowing with amazing new music every day. Browse the best music catalog in the world. Find the music you need fast and focus on your creation. One simple license to cover all your projects. So go to Artlist now and find the perfect song for your video.
Okay, so my face is back again. This morning, I took down my review of Grand Soul Story because I learned that DALL-E, which is an AI program that generates images, was used in the game. And I felt it was really necessary to include that into the review, so I kind of wanted to redo it. And how I'm going to do it is, we're going to have a big section here at the beginning talking about changes in the video, and then I have an ending section with my updated, revised overall thoughts for the game. So this section right now, I'm going to talk about my personal thoughts on AI, specifically AI generating quote-unquote art. I'm not going to talk all about AI because I am not educated enough at all to discuss the whole thing. So I'm gonna specifically focus on this, and that's AI generating images to be used in like commercial use. And this isn't meant to be a lecture. Like I said, I'm not educated enough, nor am I qualified to discuss all the inner workings of AI. But I do understand, and it stems from me considering myself an artist, whether it be in graphic design or drawing. Like, I've drawn since I was a teenager and I first watched Dragon Ball Z. That's what's gotten me into it. I've drawn my whole life. And as far as AI generation with images, I'm strongly against it. I think a program that uses other people's artwork to generate itself isn't the same as somebody who takes the time to actually create and do the art.
ZZZZ.
Like, I feel art is more than the image you're looking at. Like, an AI generated image can be cool. It can look cool, but there's more to it than what it looks like. There's more to a piece of music than just the song itself. So, yeah, I'm definitely against it. I don't think it's right for somebody to profit off of it. It definitely makes more sense for somebody to actually put the work into it. That's my personal opinion on the AI image generation. I'm really against it. So the changes in the video, let's start off. The game was originally called Grand Soul Saga. The dev had to change the name to Grand Soul Story to avoid a copyright infringement. So throughout the video, I call it Saga, but just know the name was changed. Also, I added annotations to wherever an AI generated image was used. If there's something I missed or got wrong, it's whatever, because I'm not doing this video again. And then, like I said before, I'll close the end of the video with my revised final thoughts with everything. I also cut out a section where I praised that I really like the character portraits and like some of the art used in it. I cut that out because I honestly don't feel like it deserves any praise since it was generated by a computer. I do want to close this first part here by saying, like, I take full responsibility for not doing my due diligence before. I never even thought to ask if AI was involved. I told the dev in an email that, you know, through all this stuff that happened this morning, that if I knew ahead of time that AI was used in it, I wouldn't have reviewed the game. I would have just politely said no thanks. So that's my fault. I'm definitely going to try to do better in the future. It's a personal lesson learned for me. And I also want to apologize that this camera stuff sucks. I just used my phone, so it's probably shaky and probably doesn't sound great, but I felt like this is the best way I can convey what I'm talking about. So what we'll roll next will be the video, and then afterwards I'll see you again for my final thoughts.
We live in an age where so many games are getting released every day. Big time developers are cranking their creations out like a machine. It seems like several times a month, we're just getting one big release after the other. It's easy to get swept away in the excitement, but big developers aren't the only ones dropping some good games. I've always kept my eye on indie games. I never dismiss a game because it's not quote-unquote AAA, and tend to find more innovation and risk-taking in the indie scene. Games like Chained Echoes, Fading Afternoon, Crystal Project, and Slay the Spire have been a few of my favorite games I've played in the last 3 to 4 years. In my opinion, there are just as many good games in the indie market that there are in the AAA market. So when Moonsoul Games reached out to me asking to review their game, Grand Soul Saga, I was really excited to dive into a new indie experience. Some things I want to point out before I begin. I started playing this game when it was in early access, and throughout my playthrough there were several updates and balance changes to the game, as there were bugs that needed to be fixed. My review will focus on my experience as I experienced them. So if something gets patched after the fact, well, that's just the nature of games nowadays. Without further ado, let's see what Moonsoul Games has brewed up in their indie RPG debut. After narrowly escaping a violent insurrection in your country, you are thrust into the underworld of nearby DuPont, a crumbling city-state ruled by technocrats, competing drug cartels, and a mysterious cybernetic superpower called the Eye of God. Joined by a scrappy crew of smugglers, alchemists, and wanderers, you venture westward to Yurdan, a distant port city where your surviving family awaits you. Hopefully. Alright, so your main character is driven from their homes, so you gotta make it across this fucked up country. To achieve this, a dude named Santos tells you gotta earn a shitload of cash. The main story progression is broken up into 3 acts, with each act requiring a deposit of money to advance, which leads to Grand Soul Saga's game loop. Throughout DuPont, there are an abundance of side quests to acquire to earn yourself the necessary amount of money to progress. The game itself does have an overall narrative, but the bulk of the game is completing these side quests. By completing them, you learn about the world around you, build relationships with recruited party members, and get to make choices that may or may not impact your playthrough. In essence, I kind of feel like this is Side Quest the game, which is pretty awesome to me. If you haven't noticed, this game is made in RPG Maker, and I'm sure a lot of us have messed around with this program at some point in our lives. I know I did way back in the day, mainly in RPG Maker 2000. I bring this up because I always imagine that if I were to make my own game, I'd want it to be mainly full of side quests, just like Grand Soul Saga. So you can imagine how hyped I was playing an RPG Maker game that was kind of using the idea I've had like my entire life. The myriad selection of side quests makes the game pretty non-linear with its progression and storytelling, and I've always liked a choose your own adventure style progression in RPGs. I enjoy it more than your standard linear RPG of just going from point A to point B and so on. In this game, I get to decide if I want to break into Duke de Marquez's mansion. I get to decide if I want to return Andy's gambling addicted grandma to him. I get to decide if I want to be an assassin for hire for a crime syndicate, or turn my blade on Big Boss, or just ignore them completely. And hey, maybe there's consequences for my actions or inactions. This is awesome because it was my choice and I have to live with it. It's a freedom that I wish was in way more video games. Now, if you're really looking to experience the full story of this game, then I highly suggest you do as many side quests as possible, especially the ones you unlock with the characters you recruit throughout the game. As I said before, there is an overall narrative in the game, and it's enriched by doing the characters' side quests. Or, don't do any of it. It's your choice. Without spoiling anything, I do want to offer my critique on the game's story, which I didn't find to be horrible, but it just didn't interest me that much, and that's because I found the storytelling to be unbalanced and lose focus a lot of the time. For example, some characters seem to get more attention and care to their development versus others, so I gravitated towards the characters that had more focus and ignored the others. The first act of the game provides mystery and intrigue to the Eye of God, and some weird things happening to your character. But it pretty much dissolves in the second and third acts, as the mystery angle seems to pretty much vanish as soon as you leave Act 1. I also found it difficult to understand what's going on in the world of the game until I met this NPC that legit spells it all out for you, which was good for me at the time, but then in retrospect, I would have rather had the game do a better job explaining everything as I did the side quests and interacted with my party versus some random dude giving me a history lesson. But hey, maybe I'm dumb, I don't fucking know. I also found that a bulk of the 17 hours it took me to beat the game came in the first act. It obviously got the most attention and let the other acts feel lacking in comparison. I do really like the overall futuristic setting of the game. It legit gave me Shadowrun vibes from the Super Nintendo, with its rundown areas, rampant crime, and pseudo-cyberpunk feel. Honestly, it's what kept me going throughout this whole game. As you all know, I'm just a sucker for sci-fi. Okay, I want to go into the combat of the game, and I'm not gonna lie. I've been kind of burying the combat to be like in the middle of this video. Grand Soul Saga is a turn-based RPG using the classic ATB system. You have the actions to attack, use skills, items, etc. Seems pretty simple on paper, right? But the combat is actually pretty fucking tough. Skills cost a lot of points, enemies deal massive damage, lots of items will heal HP but take away skill points, and you can get addicted to drugs providing nerfs, and you basically have to heal up after every fight. Your characters can die in just a couple hits. I saw the game over screen a lot in Act 1. Oh, and you can't run from combat either. Once you engage, you're either winning or dying. I knew playing this game at the very beginning that the combat difficulty is going to turn a lot of players off. Now, personally, I loved the challenge. It reminded me of the old school trial and error that a lot of the early NES games had. So it didn't turn me away because I've been used to this stuff since I was a kid. But I think it's important that players going into this game know that it's not a picnic. You're probably going to die a lot. Now, there have been updates to try and balance it, but to be objective, it's still tough. So write this shit down. Game is hard. Ignoring the difficulty, the combat system has a few mechanics, like the ability to use stocks to increase damage, much like Octopath Traveler. Enemies also have weaknesses that can be exposed and break them, causing them to stun, once again, just like Octopath Traveler. But I found myself almost never focusing on weaknesses, and more on getting the enemies inflicted with status ailments. And honestly, trying to break an enemy takes way too much time to achieve. I found it easier to just blind the whole enemy group and deal the highest damage possible. And it's because of this I feel I went against the intended design for combat, which kind of shows how unbalanced it is. There's also this mini game whenever you use a standard attack. A little range shows up and you want to make sure you hit the action button when it's in the red. I found this completely unnecessary. It never changes, it's always the same speed, and the ranges are always in the same spot. I found it more boring and annoying than interesting. While exploring the world, you'll find lots of items hidden in the environment, much like in Final Fantasy IX, which is awesome because who doesn't like free shit? You will also notice that you do not have the ability to sell anything in this game. It's not even an option. This provides a focus on scavenging and money management, giving the game an extra layer. You know all those attack items you get in most traditional RPGs that you just ignore or sell? Well, they're actually important in this game. Buying items is just as important as buying better equipment. And not just healing items, attack items too. You have to find ways to get cash and spend it wisely. I like the idea, because it's about damn time these typical throwaway items have actual importance. Trust me, they're gonna help you a lot in combat. Okay, this is gonna be kinda weird, but a criticism I have to bring up is the jump mechanic in the game. You can hop over objects and gaps, pretty standard jump mechanic. The issue isn't the mechanic itself, but the stupid ass sound effect it makes. It's too damn happy. Let me paint a scene for you. You find a drug addict that needs a fix, so you hook them up with some drugs. You go to the next screen and find out that they OD'd and died. This is a grim scene, not a laughing matter, until you hop away like you're in a fucking Disney cartoon. The ink blood you spared earlier lies cold on the sewer floor, overdosed. This shit cracked me up, and it distracted me so much that I started jumping around right after any serious scene. It def took me out of the experience with my own laughter. There has to be a better sound effect to use. The music is pretty decent overall as well, definitely being one of the strongest features of the game. Hello again. So basically, for my final thoughts, I don't think the game's bad at all. I don't think it's great. There's definitely some fun stuff in there that I liked. I enjoyed the challenge. There's definitely gonna be a lot of stuff I think a lot of gamers won't like. Obviously, you have to play it to decide for yourself. But my revised final thoughts, knowing that AI was used for generating images, and my personal views of how I'm strongly against that stuff. It has kind of ruined this entire experience for me, because I've never been asked to review a game, have a copy provided and everything. It is a little tainted for it, but I'm not a sad sack about it. I just kind of wish I just fucking asked. But knowing this and how I feel, it's impossible for me to recommend this game, just because that's how strongly I feel opposed to it. And that's just how I feel. But there's really no more further explanation I need to give to it. I did really like the music though. I think the music's great. The dev did compose it, so I think he should deserve some credit for that.
I also, when I emailed him, I told him I was going to make changes to the video. I strongly suggest that on your Steam page you update it and include that you use DALL-E to generate images. And he emailed me back and he said he did update on that. I think the dev's a cool guy. We obviously disagree on this, but you know, I hope he keeps making games. I mean, if they use AI image generation, I won't play them, but like, you know, I hope he keeps making games. And for, you know, his opinions on stuff, I'll leave it to him to explain it to you. I'm not gonna try to do that. So, but thanks for watching the video. I'm actually gonna get back to work on next week's video, but it's definitely been an interesting ride. And I hope you guys have a great day. Yeah, another arcade review. Channel might as well be called 35 Fightcade because of how hard I've been going in on this app recently. But I don't care. I've just been having so much fun playing arcade games I've never heard of before. Just like the other day when I was browsing through some beat-em-ups and saw a name that was familiar to me. 8-Man. I looked it up online, saw the art for the game, and then I remembered. Let's take a quick trip down the old memory lane and I'll ask this question. Does anyone remember when the Sci-Fi Channel aired anime on Saturday mornings? This was way back, like over 25 years ago. Sci-Fi had Saturday Anime. This is where I first watched some of my favorite animes, like Ninja Scroll, Record of Lodoss War, Iria, Vampire Hunter D. They showed a hell of a lot of bangers. They also showed some random stuff that I've not seen since, one of them being an OVA called 8-Man After. Now, all I can remember was this dude was super fast, almost like he was rollerblading, and that's really it. Except, I do remember the black suit with the red 8 on the chest. I don't think I can ever forget that.
It's not like he's real hard to recognize. He's got that weird outfit with a giant 8 on his chest.
Looking it up online, 8-Man was a manga originally created in the 60s, then had animated series and live-action adaptations. I think it's pretty awesome that a work that was created in the 60s, then 30 years later, had a game created on it based on that work, and then 30 years after that, I'm playing it and talking about it. Something created 60 years ago is still being experienced in some form today. Maybe I'm smoking some good shit right now, but when this dawned on me, it took me about 15 minutes for it to sink in and for me to fully absorb it. It's just such a cool thing to think about. And whenever something unlocks a dormant memory from my childhood, I gotta stoke the reignited flame. So let's check out 8-Man the arcade game. So no cool text intro or story, just some fast instructions and the name of the game.
Run as fast as lightning. The 8 super robots beat all evil.
8-Man is a side-scrolling beat-em-up published by SNK in '91. The first thing you'll notice is that your movement is only to the left and to the right, kind of like Kung Fu on the NES. I immediately thought this was a weird choice considering there were plenty of beat-em-ups already released prior that let you move in 8 directions. Hopping into the controls of the game, it's a 3-button system. 1 button to attack, which can be mashed to perform a combo, 1 button to jump, and 1 button to perform a super move. You can also hit the attack and jump buttons together to do a kick that attacks both sides. Pretty simple setup, and I found the inputs to be clean and easy to use. There's also this slide command you can perform, but it doesn't do any damage. I guess it's used to duck under obstacles, but to be truthful, I never found myself using it, so I'm kind of drawing a blank on why it was included in the first place. Next, let's talk about how fucking amazing this game looks. We got detailed and layered backgrounds on the stages, which I think all look great. The character model for 8-Man looks dope as hell, and the effects from his attacks and super moves are sick eye candy. Enemy models look just as good, and I love the explosion effect when you kill anything in this game. It's so satisfying. I also really like the enemy selection. You got foot soldiers, mechs, choppers, big-ass tanks, cone-handed mofos that split in 2, these weird-ass armadillo monstrosities with upside-down heads and their eyes for nipples, but best of all is a sub-boss you get introduced to right at the end of the first stage. It's the goddamn Predator, y'all. The Predator is in this game, and he throws motherfucking Hadoukens.
Hadouken!
Most of the boss and sub-boss models look pretty gnarly, as they're just a Frankenstein's monster of metal cybernetics and organic life forms. Except for this dude, that just looks like some generic-ass supervillain that legit shits purple fireballs at you. And you'll know you're in for a serious boss fight because the game will have a short vignette of them before you fight them. The entirety of the game is basic: kill all the foes, get to the end of the stage, beat a boss, and advance. But in between all the typical beat 'em up parts, you'll play these stages where 8-Man is just zooming along, and you kind of enter the shmup mode. You can move forward and backward, but you can't turn around. Little mechs form up in a line to destroy, just like a shmup, and come to think of it, your super attack is labeled as Bomb, just like something you would see in a shmup game. I like how these foot soldiers will jump in from the background and foreground, so you have to actually jump over them or get under them at the right time to avoid being hit. So there's more strategy than just mash it out. It's also during these parts that you will notice there is a hell of a lot of ass cheeks shown in this game, especially from these dudes in the foreground. Okay, this is going to be a spoiler warning. I mean, a spoiler warning for a 33-year-old game. Do I really need to do a warning? I gotta show you all the last boss. It's just insane and badass. So the boss appears and it's this giant blue cyberhead that just laughs his non-existent ass off at you, right? So you beat him up a bit, and then all of a sudden he turns into this big old penis-shaped Metroid. Like, this thing looks freaky as hell. So you fuck this thing up, and when you think it's all over, this shit happens. Holy crap, what the hell was that? Fucking death from Castlevania? The game isn't over, as you have another stage and boss to fight. I love when games let you think it's over, but then reveal there's one more final boss to take down. That was so classic back in the day. It reminds me of all the fake Dr. Wileys from the Mega Man games. The game also has a great soundtrack, with weird upbeat tracks to match the speed and tone of the game, and the sound effects are killer. I liked hearing the swift strikes from 8-Man and the big explosions after taking out a boss. It's just godlike. 8-Man is just another fun trip to the past and a really good beat 'em up to enjoy. And thanks to the miracle of Fightcade, you can play with a friend as well. Some could consider the beat 'em up genre monotonous, and it's definitely repetitive, but I just find a special joy from playing them, and they never leave me bored. I think it's just the mindless fun these games provide. You don't have to focus on a giant arcing story, you don't need to have any skill, you just play and have fun. And I think that's why a lot of us hold this genre so dear. Have you played 8-Man? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching. Okay, so a couple of firsts for me on this video. I normally don't just make a video off the cuff. I never had the intention to crap on a game. I totally enjoy talking about games I like way more than bad-mouthing them. But I played the Saga Emerald Beyond demo, and I'm just very perplexed with what I experienced. Real quick, I am not a diehard Saga fan. I've only played Saga Frontier Remastered, which I reviewed in a different video, and the Final Fantasy Legend games, mainly Legend 2. And for the most part, I've liked every Saga game I've played, and I'm very interested in the series. So if there's something I'm missing, or something I don't know about these games during this video, please tell me. I'm going to walk you through the demo as I experienced it, what thoughts and feelings I had as everything was going on, starting with the opening title. It's awesome, looks great, and the music is badass. Start a new game and you see the selection of main characters to choose from. Diva number 5 is the only playable character for the demo, so you select her, and I'm telling y'all, at this point, I'm really anxious to play this, and I'm excited to see what's in store. I'm even hyped at the Mr. S loading screen, dude. That's so cool. The game loads and we're introduced to Diva number 5, who appears to be some kind of radio DJ. I noticed the text on the screen looked very retro, like a PS1 game, which I like. And then the next scene happens and Diva's talking to this producer guy, And what is with his character model? The hair and goatee just look like crap, as if it doesn't belong on this model at all. I mean, look at Diva. She looks fine, so why does this dude look so fucking weird? They talk briefly, and then Diva goes into a car with a guy named Constantine. This is where I start noticing that the color on these character models look really off. As if someone went into Photoshop, duplicated the layer, and then used some weird blending option. All the models have these colors on their borders, like someone cut them out of a different picture. And Constantine looks like he has 8 pounds of foundation on his face. So they're talking, and we get a peek at the overworld, I guess? We have some 3D models with 2D pop-up book looking locations. Okay, that's not bad. I mean, I don't know why they didn't just make everything 3D, but it's fine. Then Diva goes to a music library and holy cow, what the hell is that? Nah, this can't be real. This can't be an actual NPC in this game. He looks like a low-budget Monopoly guy. What is going on with that mustache? Who the fuck designed this dude? Diva then starts listening to music and a selection of tracks play until she finds a song that catches her ear. I don't know if you have noticed, but everything has been still images so far. Is that really how they wanted to open this game? In Saga Frontier, you had stuff happening. There was action that happened quickly. You had cool scenes to look at. So far, this has just been a visual novel. Diva decides to sing a song on her radio show, which then violates some law that the song is forbidden, so she gets her memory erased. She now feels like an empty shell with no heart, and decides to transfer herself to a different robot. Constantine comes along and says he'll help her regain her memories as well as her heart, and invites Diva to join his crew. Now, I'm not going to criticize the dialogue itself or the story, as from my limited experience, Saga stories aren't really fleshed out super well. All I'll say is the demo story feels like a basic SNES or early PS1 era RPG story. Not a lot is explained and you're just supposed to go with it, and I'm okay with that. What I'm not okay with is that for the first 20 minutes of this game, it's all just been still images of cheap looking character models talking. Like I mentioned before, it feels like a visual novel. Now I'm not saying that's bad, but it's definitely not for me. Why couldn't it just be in-game talking and scenes like in the older games? I mean, this is a Square title after all. Telling the story this way just makes it feel, once again, really cheap considering what developer this game is coming from. So you finally get to move around at the Junction, which is the area where you can travel to different worlds. This part looks great. The character model is awesome, the environment looks cool. It makes me wonder why the whole game just doesn't look like this from the start. Okay, I walk down the path, enter the portal, and fuck, more talking. Okay, like I know I'm playing an RPG. There's gonna be a lot of dialogue, there's gonna be like a grand story told. But for me, it's really important that you balance dialogue and talking and story with actual gameplay. Because the first 30 minutes of this game, all I've done is walk down a hallway. Like, you know, like in Final Fantasy VII, how that game starts? You get a cutscene, and then all of a sudden, boom, you're in a fight. Like, it throws you into actually playing the game right away, and then throughout that first opening bombing mission, there's a great balance between dialogue and combat. That's a great way to start an RPG, in my opinion. This place is basically a tutorial world. You can do side quests for people and go through some combat trials. Then we get to what I can only guess is the game's version of an overworld. Oh wait, what happened to the third person perspective? Why doesn't it look like how it did in the corridor? Whatever, it's not terrible, it actually looks fine. The quest paths lead you to these glowing flashcards and more talking. I guess these are NPCs to talk to. Why aren't there character models? Why are they just glowing squares? And there's more cheap looking character models and more talking. Can I just play the game? These 3 sections give you side quests which are on the lower level of the world. You take this elevator and that's odd. Did the game just have to load? The lower level is already right there. Oh, and it doesn't have to load when you go back up, you just instantly get teleported back to the top floor? Well, that's really weird. And look at this area, reminds me of the Omega Virus board game. Like I said, you get side quests, some involve fighting, and some involve these puzzles called Ritgrams, which are basically just put the correct shape in the space, or take out the correct shape. Odd choice, but whatever, it's not really anything interesting. I did one side quest, and then just decided to go straight for the combat trials, and finally, something amazing about this game. The combat is fucking awesome. Just like with Saga Frontier, you pick your actions before each combat round starts in a turn-based style. But in this game, there's a BP bar. Each action has a set amount of BP that can be used and is shared throughout the entire party. So you have to plan who attacks and who will defend. The max amount of BP you can use increases each combat round, so you'll be able to do more damaging attacks as the fight goes on. There's also a combo system, which I'm also familiar with from Saga Frontier. Each action highlights a bar on a combat timeline. You line up your party with each other and they'll do a combo attack. But be careful because the enemies can as well. So sometimes you may have to sacrifice a big combo and get in between enemies to prevent them from performing a combo attack. This is just the bee's knees. There's a great level of strategy and thinking you have to do each combat round, and it keeps the combat interesting the entire fight. And to top it off, everything looks awesome. The characters look awesome, the attack effects look awesome, and the monsters look awesome. Well, what the fuck happened with the rest of the game? Did all the budget just go into the combat system? It kind of reminds me of Legend of Legaia on the PS1, where you have a pretty good looking combat system, and the rest of the game kind of looks hella average. Alright, I continue to do more side quests and I get the flow of what's going on, so it's time to leave this place and go to other worlds. So it's back to the junction and now I have multiple places to go. So I decide to go right and... what the fuck? What the fucking shit is this background? This crap looks like it was made in Flash back in the early 2000s. This is a game by Square Enix. And someone looked at this and said, yeah, it's fine. Did someone's kid make this? It looks cheap as hell. What's going on? Is it just an image holder because it's a demo? The other backgrounds didn't look this shitty. And look, I know a game is more than its graphics. I mean, I play old school arcade and NES games all the time and I think they look great. But this is fucking amateur hour. So you get past this scene and you get to explore the overworld and it looks almost just as bad. Cheap ass 3D trees, pop-up buildings that you can't go into, but your character model looks fine. And why can't I explore these buildings? I just get some small text blurb telling me what it is. This is an RPG, I want to go in there. This is when I discovered that there's no normal exploration like in most RPGs. It's just some cheap looking game board where you just follow lights and go where the game tells you to. And this is where I stopped playing. I have serious questions for Saga fans. And I'm not trying to be funny, I'm dead fucking serious. Has it always been this bad? Have there been some huge injustices happening to this franchise and just not that many people know about it? Does Square just not care about Saga? Is this what you want? The visual novel style, fine, whatever. I can get over that. But this I won't accept. This I won't accept. And God, get this off the screen. You know, this game has some awesome artwork. Why can't they get the artist to just draw all the character portraits in the game? It would look way fucking better. This demo is an awesome combat system covered in dog shit. Sorry, not sorry. This game feels absolutely cheap as hell. And I kind of feel like Square should be ashamed of themselves for squandering such a fun, turn-based combat system. I have no clue what they're thinking with this. But you know what's the most bullshit about all this? Is how absolutely fucking misleading the trailers are for this game. They showed all this great artwork, flashy 3D combat and models, and you get little glimpses of some dialogue interactions. You know what it doesn't show you? This. And this. It's as if they know it's ass and they're trying to hide it. After playing the demo, I had to do some research on the game and noticed that it's also going to be released for iOS and Android. So, is this a mobile game ported to PC and console? I can't confirm that, but it would make sense if it was true. Sometimes games come along that you're interested in and excited for, and you get let down. It happens. And for me, ain't no way this game is worth $50. Maybe $20 tops. I don't recommend buying this game at launch, and I'd just wait for a sale if you really want to play it. But hey, if you like the demo and this is what you want and you can't wait to play the full game, then more power to you. I hope you enjoy it. Have you played the Saga Emerald Beyond demo? What did you think of it? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching. You ever get in those moods where you want a game, but you don't really want to think too much about anything while playing it? You just want to relax and let the game stimulate you with little effort on your part. Maybe you want to be curled up on the couch or snugged into your bed. Yeah, I think we all know that cozy feeling. There are many definitions to what a cozy game is. It could be a game you played so much that you know it by heart, a game that has little to no tasks or gameplay, maybe something repetitive or easy. Hell, they could even be brutally hard. Regardless of the reason, they all bring us to that relaxed state. In this vid, I want to talk about the games that make me the warm center of the universe. Here are my favorite cozy games. Hard Space Shipbreaker for PC. I talked about this in a previous video, and I love this game. Basically, you're a space cutter with a job of dismantling giant spaceships to work off your enormous debt. To earn money, you have to systematically take apart a ship and deliver the parts to the correct areas, all while trying to avoid suffocating, exploding. Pretty much, you just gotta stay alive. Obviously, that's pretty stressful, but for me, planning the most efficient strategy to take these things apart and then executing said strategy just stimulates my brain with happiness. I'll throw on a podcast to listen to and imagine myself floating above the earth and listening to what the planet is up to while I work. The best way I can describe what playing this game does to me is that it puts me in a zen-like state. I'm working in the terror of space with so many hazards, but then by organizing the materials, making the correct cuts, deciding the best and quickest way to deliver equipment, it brings a specific calm and order, and I just feel at peace. The Travelin' Cats franchise, aka the Cats Hidden in Games for PC. Here's a game of pure simplicity. You have a beautiful, hand-drawn scene, and you gotta find the 100 cats hidden around the environment. That's it. Now, I'm a cat lover. This is my little chonk butt. She's my daughter, my princess, and I will fuck a bitch up to protect her. So of course, I'm gonna be drawn to some cat games.
Big whoop, wanna fight about it?
These games just transport me into a simpler time, a time of childhood innocence, where the biggest part of your week will be playing a game. For the 5 to 15 or so minutes it takes to complete one of these, it's just an easy and chill time. You got a nice tune playing, and funny little cats that meow when you find them. It's hard for me to not smile while playing these games. Mega Man 2 for the NES. You control Mega Man to defeat Dr. Wily and his evil robot creations and side-scrolling action glory. This is one of those games I've just played so many times that I can just zone the fuck out, go on autopilot, and just enjoy the awesome 8-bit graphics. I remember it so well that I hardly have to think and just get absorbed in nothing but fun. But of course, what helps is the amazing soundtrack the game has. I've said it before and I'll say it till the day I die. Mega Man 2 has the best soundtrack and is the best game on the NES. Whenever I feel like playing a retro game, I always gravitate towards this title. I recall all the times I've played the game before, from a kid to an adult, and how it never bores me and always makes me feel great. The Far games on PC, Lone Sails and Changing Tides. I beat Lone Sails last year, but recently I beat Changing Tides, so I'm going to focus on that one. You're an unknown being that is traversing a post-apocalyptic world, trying to make your way across mechanical ruins in a vast ocean. To do this, you have a ship that you need to manage to complete your journey. Activities range from angling your sails to catch the wind, repairing any damaged parts that need maintenance, or searching the ocean floor to collect fuel to keep your adventure going. Now, some of this could seem stressful, but you will notice it's not taxing at all. Not once did I ever shut down or freak out because something went wrong. The whole process is quite easy. These games just do a good job of immersion and sucking you into their world. First off, the art style is just brilliant, with seemingly brushstroke-like graphics. And then the game will play beautiful music that sets a tone of wonder and mystery. Sometimes you have parts with no music, and just the sound of the current state of the world. You just sit back and sail on the broken landscape. Once again, another feeling of calm in a world that was once full of chaos. Grease for PC. There have been a lot of games in which their main feature is a really gorgeous and quality art style, and this game is the piece de resistance of these games. Grease is a young woman dealing with a major trauma, and it's represented throughout the game of her traversing a colorless world and bringing color back to it. At least that's how I interpret it. It's a platformer that deals heavy with visual symbolization and puzzle solving, but not the kind of puzzles that you want to smash your head into a wall about. Grease allows me to exit my mind and get lost in its visuals and soundtrack. I'm so focused on what I'm looking at, whether it be an elaborate landscape scene or just these cool little dudes that travel under rocks. I want to see everything the game has to offer, and it inspires my own creativity. The feeling I get playing it honestly reminds me of when I was little and my parents would tell me a story. You'd
Nice to
imagine the
meet
world
you.
in your
I'm
head and
Latiska.
play it out as it was told. It's a whimsical feeling that just puts me at ease. As you can see, cozy games can really just be any game that gives you this feeling. I'm always on the lookout for games like Grease or Far Changing Tides, as I really enjoy the art and imagination provided and how they can manipulate me mentally. And then games like Hardspace Shipbreaker that allow me to organize a dangerous scenario into a process of efficiency just draw me in. Probably because I wish I could do that with my own life. What are some of your cozy games? Feel free to share them. Thank you for watching. During the NES days, there were a lot of game developers and publishers that planted their flags and cemented themselves in the hearts and minds of gamers everywhere. Capcom, Konami, Squaresoft. Little did we know that these companies and their games would stay in our lives and continue to produce great games for many years to come. Then there's those companies that shut down, dropped off the radar, or became part of other companies, like Data East, Sunsoft, and the focus of this video, Enix. Back in 2003, Squaresoft and Enix merged to become Square Enix. All I remember thinking was back then, whoa, Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest under the same roof? That's insane! But before this merger, Enix published a lot of great games like Soul Blazer, Illusion of Gaia, Star Ocean, and Valkyrie Profile. Now, a lot of these games I didn't play until way later in life, but there were a few I was able to get my hands on during my childhood and remember them fondly to this day. I want to share these games with you and explain how I remember them, so I really hope you enjoy. Dragon Quest, released in North America in August of 1989 on the Nintendo Entertainment System. Of course, I remember it as Dragon Warrior, before they finally decided to correct the name in North America with Dragon Quest VIII. Dragon Quest is an RPG where one hero has to restore the light to the land by defeating the Dragon Lord. Pretty simple and straightforward stuff compared to RPGs today. Now, I honestly don't remember if Dragon Quest or Final Fantasy was my first RPG. It was too long ago and I was really young when I first played both games. What I do remember is being really confused with it. At such a young age, games like Mega Man and Super Mario Bros. Appealed to me more because their sole focus was gameplay. In Dragon Quest, you got all this talking, you gotta pay attention and remember where you were told to go, this list of commands and trying to decipher when to use them, you gotta buy weapons, armor, items, you get magic spells, there's turn-based combat with HP and MP I have to manage, holy crap! All I could really grasp at this time was jump and shoot. Dragon Quest was like trying to get a 6-year-old to learn astrophysics. My young mind couldn't fucking take it. What I remember most was when exploring on the overworld, you could tread too far and get met with monsters that would straight up kick your ass. At the time, that's when I'd shut the game off. I just didn't get it. It wasn't until I got a little older and started playing RPGs on the Super Nintendo that I finally understood the importance of grinding levels and buying new equipment to get stronger. Then as a young adult, with all my accumulated RPG experience, I was able to go back and beat Dragon Quest. And you know what? It's a pretty good game. I enjoyed it. But I'll always have the memories of first embarking in the genre of RPGs and just getting decimated. Which in retrospect, tracks with almost all my first experiences with gaming on the NES. That's what the NES did. It beat us bloody over and over again until we were tempered in our own childhood agony and frustration to overcome its obstacles. Which is probably why a lot of us go back to play games from this era, because now as an adult, we love the combination of simplicity and challenging difficulty. ActRaiser, released in North America in November of 1991 on the Super Nintendo. Yeah, we're jumping to some 16 bits. ActRaiser was one of the earliest titles to be released for the Super Nintendo, coming out 3 months after the console dropped in North America. And oh man, do I love this game. You play as the Master, who needs to rid the world of the evil one, Tanzra. But in reality, you are God fighting against Satan. This is one of the many games where religious terminology and ideas were changed in the United States, as there was a fear it would offend too many people. That happened a lot back in those days, where it seems some developers and publishers would change things in fear of losing sales stateside. But even as a kid playing ActRaiser, I could read between the lines. I'm God, and I need to slay the fucking devil. The game starts with a small scene with an angel giving you some backstory, but then you get thrown right into some awesome side-scrolling action. Whacking shit to death with your giant sword, beating a big old boss at the end, all to an absolutely bitchin' soundtrack. I remember just being blown away by this game's soundtrack and the graphics of the Super Nintendo. After beating the first boss, I thought, alright, we got a kick-ass side-scrolling adventure on our hands. But ActRaiser then throws you a curveball. You're brought to the overworld, where you are told that you need to help the people of the land and grow their civilization. This can be done by guiding the people where to go to develop their cities. There are monsters about, so you take control of the angel and eliminate them so they don't do crazy shit, like try to steal the townspeople. You even have special powers, like the ability to bring down lightning to clear away terrain for further development. Eventually, the townspeople will develop new knowledge and technology, like the ability to seal monster dens or build bridges. Basically, my young mind looked at this as a 2D action game mixed with SimCity, and even then, I thought it was fucking awesome. 2 game genres put together? This was like a dream come true. It was like I got 2 games in one. My young brain didn't even fathom the possibility that this was even something that could happen. Up to this point, the games I played were very focused on their genre. A game was a platformer, an action game, an RPG. Everything seemed to stick to their role. But with ActRaiser, they said fuck that noise. Not only are you going to slay monsters, but you're going to manage civilizations as well. The game even manages to sprinkle in light RPG elements. As the population of the towns grow, you gain levels that increase your stats. This adds more motivation to grow your cities to the max population you can, so you have more of an advantage in action segments. They combine so brilliantly. ActRaiser introduced me to the idea that games can have many layers to it. It was the beginning of shedding off the simplistic skin that most games up to this point had, and showing the idea that a game can be more than just one thing. So of course, I was really excited when Enix released ActRaiser 2. My mind raced at the possibilities. What would they add to the city building aspect? Would there be more towns, more spells, bigger bosses? I was totally hyped. Well, the game looks and plays well, but the sequel completely removed the city building from the game. According to Wikipedia, ActRaiser 2 is made by the request and specifications of Enix of America, so the developer Quintet made that game, which is just solely a 2D side-scrolling action game. It's not bad at all, but doesn't measure up to its predecessor in my opinion. They took all the great layers from the original and just streamlined the action. It just seemed like Enix of America didn't understand ActRaiser in its totality, and looked at it as just another side-scroller. After ActRaiser 2, time went on, and it seemed the game just vanished. As I got older, I really wondered what happened to it, and it even became my most wanted game for either a remake or a new installment in the series. When years turned to decades, I lost hope that anything ActRaiser would ever crop up again. But then seemingly out of nowhere during a Nintendo Direct, ActRaiser Renaissance was shown, and it released the same day in September of 2021. Renaissance was a remake of the original, and I was super excited that ActRaiser finally came back. Now, I play and beat the game on the Switch, so I have no gameplay footage to show, but I can show trailers of the game. To put it bluntly, it's ActRaiser with a facelift, kind of. The action is good, the city building is great, but the character models and a lot of the enemy models look really weird and kind of cheap, almost as if they were cut out of something and pasted into a different environment. I don't know, it's really hard to explain, you just have to play it and see for yourself. Overall, I enjoyed Renaissance, and I'm glad ActRaiser got some attention. I have no clue what the future holds for it, but the original will always remain one of my favorite Super Nintendo titles. Brainlord, released in North America in October of 1994 on the Super Nintendo. I honestly have no clue how we got this game in our house or why, but I remember it fondly. I consider it an uncommon title, as going to school and talking about it, none of the other kids had any clue what I was talking about. Your character is a fabled dragon warrior. Sounds a bit familiar, and it's your duty to find the last remaining dragon. Plot-wise, it's really that simple, but where the game shines for me is its gameplay. The game is a top-down action game, very much like The Legend of Zelda, with bits of RPG elements sprinkled in. I remember the game looking pretty decent, except your character doesn't look like he's wearing pants and instead has these weird-ass duck feet. Combat is simple, you get a weapon, shield, and a magic attack. The magic is controlled by holding down the attack button, and the length of time you'd have to hold the button depends on the complexity of the spell. The gameplay is really great, and on the surface, it doesn't really appear to be anything special. But a cool feature this game adds are these familiars you get that follow you around and assist you. They can throw fireballs, increase your attack power, and even heal you. It honestly kind of reminded me of a shmup game where you can add allies that fly around you. As a kid, I was drawn into the gameplay, since Link to the Past was one of my favorite games at the time, so any game that reminded me of Zelda got me super interested. But as you discover the game's loop, it starts to get very different. You'll go to towns and crawl through a big dungeon with multiple levels and different obstacles to overcome. Outside of slaying enemies, there are traps to avoid and even platforming segments. The game throws you into situations where you'll need to have good reflexes when an enemy suddenly appears, to then having to be patient while trying to cross an area. But the big feature coincides with the idea of the name of the game: puzzles, using your brain. Moving boulders and giant balls, manipulating big red balls, trying to not get killed by these balls. It's like you're stuck in a nutsack trying to survive with all these balls banging around. In my youth, the only puzzle games I remember really playing are Tetris and Quicks for the Game Boy. I've dealt with the puzzles in Zelda games, but never have experienced so much of it in a non-puzzle game before. The idea that I have to combine my combat skill with my brain power was pretty new to me in a video game. And the satisfaction of solving a puzzle and progressing was very addictive, and had its frustrating moments. The satisfaction of puzzle solving was met equal with the agony of having to be patient and think as a 10-year-old kid playing a video game. Once again, it was a concept that was new and I couldn't grasp it at the time. I gotta stop playing to figure out a puzzle? I don't want to do that, I just want to play the fucking game. The boss fights are pretty cool, and it wasn't too hard considering that if you had enough healing items on hand, you could pretty much endure the fights. But what I really remember the most is how awesome the soundtrack is. If it's an Enix game, then there's a great chance that music is going to be stellar. The game does have a major issue I want to bring up. Like a good amount of games did back in the day, if there was too much stuff on the screen, the game would slow down. Imagine trying to do platforming when the game changes speed on you. Needless to say, my youth, inexperience, and the slowdowns prevented me from beating the game, but it always stayed in my mind with a long-lasting impression. And just like with Dragon Quest, I went back to it as an adult and was able to beat it. The game isn't bad at all. I found it to be really fun and the puzzle solving was still satisfying. And to this day, I still randomly hum tunes from this game. Brainlord will always remain in my brain. Enix was a great publisher on their own, with great devs like Quintet and Tri-Ace working with them. Today, we still see the work they started flourish and continue to be enjoyed by gamers everywhere. Their old school titles introduced me to new concepts that I would grow to love and want to see in the video games of today. What are some of your favorite Enix games? Feel free to share them. Thank you for watching.
Nice to
The
meet
idea of an
you.
arcade beat 'em up is pretty simple. Beat up bad guys, beat a boss, progress. Now, since these are arcade games, the devs have to design their product to make sure quarters get taken from the player. It was an understandable business model at the time. But sometimes there are those games that just go overboard, and you're pretty sure some dev is twirling their evil mustache proclaiming, "Give me all the children's quarters!" That game today is B-Rat Boys by Kaneko, or Kaneko, I don't fucking know. Released in '92, this side-scrolling beat-em-up actually looks very appealing on the surface, with nice graphics and a late 80s, early 90s hip-hop vibe. But little did I know the horror and straight-up tomfuckery that was awaiting me. Let's check out B-Rat Boys and try not to beg for mercy. After you put in the first credit, the game shows the characters dancing to a good beat, and the music has lyrics, which I was not expecting. What's also cool is that when you enter a credit, a disc scratch sound plays, really driving home the hip-hop aesthetic. I go to pick my character, and there's no character select screen, like you would see in most beat-em-ups like Final Fight, but just a headshot. And there's no names for these characters. All the game says is kid. Are these children? Look at this dude, he's built like a house. I'm supposed to believe this is some kid? The game starts and it surprisingly begins with one of those stages where you're automatically moving in one direction, like the skateboard stages in Ninja Turtles, except you're on roller skates. The action is just a 2-button system, attack and jump. You can also grapple and throw enemies, which is pretty standard. Along with the jump attack, if you hit both buttons at the same time, the characters do a different move. In most beat-em-ups, this would be some kind of super move that clears all the enemies around you. It's awesome. In B-Rat Boys, it fucking sucks. The moves have a really long startup, so most of the time you just get hit before it comes out, and when it does, it's just as effective as a normal jump attack. You may get lucky and hit 2 people around you, but it almost never happens, so don't even bother. This opening part is fine for the most part, except if someone comes in behind you. The only thing you can do is some turnaround kick, but after a little while, the stage transitions into a normal beat-em-up style, where you can move in all directions. But this is where you discover how ass the movement and combat combines. Let's say I want to hit someone behind me. You'd figure I'd just point the joystick in that direction and hit a button. Nope. If you point in the opposite direction you're facing, you just moonwalk across the stage. And if you try to attack, it's just that one-hit turnaround attack. So you start asking yourself, how the crap do I turn around? Well, to face the other way, you have to move diagonally up or down in the opposite direction. Why does that have to be like that? And you may be thinking, what's so wrong about how you have to turn around? The best way I can explain it is, say a bad guy is right behind you and you want to start punching them, you turn around, but now that you're not on the same plane as they are, you're mashing the attack button and just whiffing. Meanwhile, this asshole just starts beating you down. This turnaround bullshit is just so unnatural, and it's just plain bad design. When making a video, it's really difficult to show bad controls and how bad they operate. You just literally have to play the game to get a full understanding. So I'm just a few minutes into the game and I noticed that something is missing. Yeah, there's no health bars popping up for these enemies. Now this practice isn't always a standard, some beat-em-ups have no health bars, but in those games the enemies only take about 1 to 3 hits to defeat. In this game it takes forever to beat an enemy. For example, let's focus in on this bastard and count the moves and hits it takes to bring him down. "10 hits and a throw." 10 hits? It shouldn't take 10 fucking hits to dispatch a simple common enemy. Another weird thing is, when you're trying to combo an enemy, a lot of the time they go flying after 2 hits, sometimes even 1. Rarely I can pull off a 3-hit combo, but what's with this? If one of my punches can send them flying, then why the shit does it take 10 hits to beat a dude? Oh, and the enemies can combo the shit out of you whenever they want. It's so fucking cheap. This game also has the ability to pick up weapons, and if there is anything you want to take from this video about this game, it's this. Use weapons as much as possible. They give you such a long reach so you don't get crowded, and it's such a big help when controlling mobs. Of course, when you get hit, you drop them, and sometimes they drop into the enemy's hands, which I'll admit is pretty cool. I finally make it to the first boss, who is basically just Randy Savage. I learned that in this fight that you can counter throw enemies that try to throw you. You'll get grappled and you have a second to flip the script and slam them down instead. This is actually a really cool feature because there are a lot of bosses in these beat 'em up games that just cheaply grab you at will and there's nothing you can do about it. So the bosses don't have health bars either, but they at least start to glow to let you know that they're almost beat. Once defeated, the stage is over, right? Well, actually no, it continues. That's actually a unique thing about this game as well, is that the stages are really long with different segments and almost no breaks in between. To put in perspective, Final Fight has 6 stages of various lengths with breaks and minigames in between. Burat Boys has 3 really long stages with only 2 breaks. An odd choice, but it's not bad at all. After beating the Macho Man, we hop on the log flume of Mount Gory and are met by the hillbilly versions of Mario and Luigi. Seriously, who else could these 2 dudes be? Now what do you think is going to happen next? Are we going to get side-scrolling punching with a bunch of enemies on a moving stage? Are the Plumber Cousins going to engage us in an awesome boss fight? Well, of course not. You're just going to get drum kits thrown at you and you gotta hit or dodge them. You know, the most likeliness of scenarios. And you'd think, oh, I bet there are segments like this all scattered throughout the game. Well, no. Nothing like this ever happens again, and I have no clue why it's even in the game. It's just out of place. But that is not the oddest thing in this game. That would be what happens next. Once the log ride is over, you find yourself in some factory with a Mega Man X mech next to you. So you hop in this bitch and you have a robot fight. This game is nothing if not randomly surprising. The mech fight is okay, but more annoying than anything, because when this dude just sneezes on you, you get chucked out of your mech. What's annoying about this is, most of the time, he just waits for you to get back up and back into your mech, and then resumes the fight. Well, if he's just gonna wait, why even let me get knocked out of it in the first place? So you beat Robot Man and his mech explodes as your character screams and the words "I did it" appear on the screen. Then you start dancing on this bitch like you just 360 no-scoped him in Fortnite, and that officially ends the first stage. We get another roller skate part where this roided out Excite Bike freak just starts kicking my ass. I mean, look at this! This dude is off the fucking chain! We get to a normal stage segment, and wait a minute, this dude is flashing? Is he a boss? A boss came out at the beginning of a stage? I've never seen that before. Well, thankfully this giant bull that was just here for no reason took care of him for me. We're now in the part of the game that I like to call the Street of Hell, because not only does that boss from earlier come back, but these doorways just empty out an entire army. I mean, look at all these fucking people on the screen! This game has no fucking mercy. Thankfully, I'm playing the game via Fightcade, so it's infinite lives and continues, and there's no way this game could somehow make that irrelevant. I get through that clusterfuck and bust into somebody's house, where we finally get a direct encounter with the Super Mario Cousins, and I get to demonstrate the power of using a weapon in this game. Yeah, take that, you fucking ass clowns. Got them beat, and now what? I have to fight them again? Okay, got them beat again. Shit, the roided Gallagher guy again, and whoa, what? I gotta fight the Skull Fuck and the Mario Cousins at the same time? This is fucking relentless. And of course, it can't just be them, they gotta have a whole gang of dudes with them too. I crawl my way through to be met with more text on the screen. This is it. What is it? No time to think as I'm dropped into a cage match with 2 lions and Amazon Mommy. Seriously, this lady's fucking huge. And when you go to grapple her, dear lord, you're grabbing her by the clam and chucking her. That's fucked up. Her moves have so much range and fuck this sweep kick. I fucking hate that sweep kick. That sweep kick can eat a million dicks. So I managed to beat the giant blonde mommy. But of course, it's not over until you beat up her lions too. And let me tell you, it's so fucking satisfying to channel your inner Sabin and just suplex these cats. Also, this is random as hell, but that's Wolverine, right? Now, I've just been getting my ass beat, but I do want to bring up the fact that the game has an awesome soundtrack. There are a few tracks done by a hip-hop group called 3 Stories High, and they sound great. I don't think I've ever played a game from this era that had stage music that had lyrics. It definitely makes this title stand out. And at least while this game is gaping your anal cavity, you get good music to listen to. On to stage 3, and if you thought anything was cheap and brutal before, you're about to see some serious shit that puts it to shame. You start off on this moving platform where by pure randomness, the enemies can just knock you off and instantly kill you. No joke, you could be at full health, it don't matter. This whole part is just full of bullshit KOs. And yeah, you can knock the enemy off too, sometimes, but never as often as they knock you off. The stage then turns into a kind of boss rush mode where you end up fighting all the bosses again and the sub-bosses, including 2 new bosses that are their own mechs, and of course you can only use your fists. Get through these bosses, another roller skate stage, and then you're in a casino, and it's fucking Boss Rush Part 2. I gotta fight Sombrero Macho Man, Steroid Steve, the Super Hillbilly Cousin Bros, and Lion Mommy all at the same time. This is fucking bullshit. How is anybody supposed to play this in an arcade and beat it? Your parents have to take out a second mortgage on their home to pay for the amount of money this game is stealing from you. But it's okay. Infinite lives. Infinite continues. Let's just get this over with. I get through the onslaught of bosses and sub-bosses for the final match against the last boss, who proclaims that he could beat your ass in only 4 seconds.
Life is gonna last only for a second.
So I'm trying to mash my way to a dub, and this dude is just hitting through everything. I can't combo him at all, and he beats my ass. This is weird. We're back at final match? Okay. I get pummeled again, hit start to continue. No way. It can't be. There's no way they would put something like this in a beat 'em up. It's impossible. You have to beat the last boss on 1 life. Otherwise, the fight just starts over. Doesn't matter how many times you continue, how many credits you have. If you're playing via Fightcade with infinite lives and continues, you have to beat this dude in 1 go. Who at this developer hated gamers and kids so much that they would do this? Did someone break their heart during the development of this game? Was this game some vengeance against the world? Against kids and their allowance money? Who could be this sadistic? I tried so many times to beat this guy, and I can't do it. I noticed I had a little success when I approach him from below at an angle, but whatever you do, don't try to fight this dude at the bottom of the screen. He'll just massacre you. And each time you die and restart, he always talks shit to you, which is just pouring salt into the wound.
Dirty little bum! I'm gonna crack your bones!
I never thought I'd find a beat 'em up I could play via Fightcade and not be able to finish it. If I was playing this in an arcade, I would have given up on the first stage. I would not forfeit my quarters to this rigged devastation. I don't think B-Rap Boys is bad, but I wouldn't call it good either. It's just unrelentlessly cheap and brutal. I think it looks cool and the music is awesome, but I will never play it again. Have you played B-Rap Boys? What did you think of it? Feel free to share your thoughts. Thank you for watching.
So last night he used Hims.
Honestly, nothing better than when a guy breaks this out.
I seriously can't stop thinking about Hims. Thank you for the best night of my life.
PSA to guys out there, we love when you Hims.
If he pops one of these, I know what's coming.
Hims. Discover longer, better times in the bedroom. Get started today at hims.com.
Roguelikes are an interesting genre. They're basically games that expect and pretty much require the player to die. It offers the concepts of trial and error mixed with experience and skill. I'm drawn to these games because they remind me of the NES games I played growing up, having to constantly retry levels, learn from mistakes, and get better with each try. Recently, I played through the Hades 2 playtest and immediately got the itch to go through some of my favorite roguelike games again. I want to take this time in this video to go over the roguelites I've really enjoyed and share them with you, so let's get started. Downwell, developed by Moppin and published by Devolver Digital. I first played this game on the PS4 many years ago, and what drew me to it was the retro Game Boy graphics style. The level progression is vertical, but instead of starting at the bottom and going to the top, it's the opposite. I've never played a game like this before where you're constantly going down to advance. To assist your journey, you shoot projectiles to destroy enemies and blocks while collecting gems. The gems can be used to buy better weapons, heal HP, or increase your ammo capacity. I find the game to be quite challenging but addicting at the same time, as your desire to get as far down as possible increases with each playthrough. You can also unlock different color palettes and styles that can change how you play each run. It's charming, tough but fun, and also very inexpensive, so I highly advise you give it a shot. Vampire Survivors, developed and published by Ponkel. There's a good chance that even if you have little to no knowledge of roguelikes, that you've heard of Vampire Survivors, as this game hit fast and hard when it dropped. You take control of a hero and destroy swarms of enemies while trying to survive for 30 minutes. I use the term control loosely, as your only physical control is just moving the hero. Power-ups and attacks are collected whenever a level is gained, and they operate automatically. So aside from maneuvering your character, the actual major focus is the strategy of putting together the best arsenal of attacks and upgrades. I didn't get this game on release, I got it a few months after launch. My initial interest wasn't even the gameplay at all, but it was the Castlevania-like ideas I saw from game footage. You legit have a Belmont-looking character using a whip and throwing knives, so it immediately has my attention. When I finally played it, I wish I didn't wait, as I was hooked immediately. I love trying different weapon combinations through each run, and the level up reward system is like crack. I'm constantly craving a level up as fast as possible. This is another great game that is very affordable, and it continues to get more and more content as time goes on. It's truly a blast, and I look forward to every new piece of DLC the devs create for it. Ring of Pain, developed by Simon Boxer and Twice Different, published by Humble Games. I've talked about this game before in a previous video, and this is a game that has a great twist on the roguelike idea. Instead of having active and moving gameplay, it's more about strategy and equipment collection. Each level is a ring full of monsters and treasures. You have to navigate to the exit to advance, but need to plan out which enemies you want to defeat to buy equipment. This game is pretty brutal. I played a lot, and there are still times where I get wiped out in the early rings. But the satisfaction of making it all the way through a run is so immense that it keeps me coming back to it over and over. I think the monster designs are gnarly, and the overall sense of creepy weirdness is very unique and a big bonus for me. If you are a glutton for punishment and fun, check out Ring of Pain. Dead Cells, developed and published by Motion Twin. If you ever wanted to see the modern day equivalent of the old school action side-scrollers from the past, Dead Cells is that game in my opinion. Going through awesome dungeons and locations with amazing action gameplay while finding and upgrading new weapons along the way is an amazing experience. There's a low chance that once you start playing this game that you're gonna put it down anytime soon. With obvious inspiration from games like Castlevania, including a crossover DLC which is just one of the coolest DLCs ever, I fell in love with this game. The gameplay is so on point with great movement and control. The addition of unlockables that can be obtained after each run, accompanied by an amazing aesthetic and Metroidvania feel, just checks all the right boxes for me. Now the devs in the game description on Steam characterize this as a roguelite. I'm not going to get into the debate about genres, so let's just say it counts for this video. If you disagree, then let's just agree on the fact that discussing Dead Cells is just fucking awesome. Loop Hero, developed by Four Quarters and published by Devolver Digital. If you wanted a game with really unique ideas on the roguelike genre, look no further than this game. Your hero walks a timeless loop, defeating enemies and gaining resources. The best part is, you get to craft the world around you. You build a deck that consists of monster dens, towns, and resources that are dealt to you to decide where to place. After each loop, your resources are acquired and new equipment is presented, so the player must decide the best strategy while advancing. You then take those resources to help build a town that can advance your game even further. I adore the retro graphic style of this game, but what really got me excited was the world building and strategy aspects. Whether my design of the loop is to my benefit or ends up in my death is such a great layer to add. I also like how everything is balanced. Like if you place too many town tiles, then it generates the spawn of additional enemies. So you really have to think about what you're doing, and I enjoy having to strategize with that in mind. I just think this game is a cool and creative idea, so pick it up if you want that kind of experience. Hades, developed and published by Supergiant Games. Earlier I discussed playing the Hades 2 playtest, and the first game I reinstalled after playing that was the original Hades. Supergiant Games is a damn good developer and have made some really great games, with Hades being the best in my opinion. You play as Zagreus, the son of Hades, in an attempt to escape the underworld. With an arsenal of weapons and boons collected by the Greek gods, you hack and slash your way through this marvelous game. And it's definitely no easy feat. The game offers a good challenge that doesn't take away from any of the fun. The action and combat look great, plays great, and the strategies you attempt to develop through each run is such a fun experience. On top of fantastic gameplay, you get treated with amazing character portraits. I mean, the art style in this game is so my style, with bold lines and heavy shades. And the same style is used for the level design, which also looks just as good. I think I've put more time into Hades my second time around than my first, and I'm really excited for Hades 2. If you ever wanted a great introduction to the roguelike genre, I think Hades is the best way to start. Moonlighter, developed by Digital Sun and published by 11-Bit Studios. Here we have a game that offers the typical roguelike and roguelite ideas. Dungeons with enemies